Round 5 of the London Chess Classic, American Fabiano Caruana was crushing Alexander Grischuk when the Russian blundered, but Fabi inexplicably missed an easy move and blew the win. U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura pressed against hometown favorite Michael Adams, but the Brit hung tough after a long struggle and drew the game. A determined Viswanathan Anand brilliantly sacrificed a pawn in the endgame, sending Veselin Topalov tumbling deeper into the cellar in last place. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had to face a scintillating novelty against Anish Giri, and the game ended peacefully as the youngsters maintained a tie for first. Magnus Carlsen and Armenian Levon Aronian, both in search of their first win, weren't able to make any headway and are behind the leaders going into the next round. It's round 6 coming up live from London. The classic starts right now.
Welcome everybody, we are here at the 6th round of the 2015 London Chess Classic. Just see the players and photographers actually get ready for the 6th round to start. It's the final tournament in the Grand Chess Tour, a very important one. My name is Alejandro Ramirez. I am here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Yasser.
Alejandro, always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Well, day after the rest day,
yes.
Always an important round. Psychologically, would you feel affected?
Absolutely. I think the players needed the rest day a lot. They've now got a chance to recharge the batteries, as have we. And I'm looking forward to a really hard-fought final 4 rounds, and especially today.
Let's see how they stand in the tournament right now after 5 rounds of chess. It's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Hikaru Nakamura, and Anish Giri, which at +1 or 3 out of 5, they find themselves in a tie for first place. Following them are Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana, Michael Adams, and Alexander Grischuk, all of them with 4 draws. Vishy Anand also has the same amount of points, though he's had 1 win and 1 loss. And poor Veselin Topalov is at -3 with only 1 point out of 5. And today's pairings, we have a lot of interesting matches, as Anish Giri with the white pieces will be facing Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru Nakamura will be facing one of his nemesis, Levon Aronian. And also in a difficult matchup, classically, Veselin Topalov has had difficulties against Michael Adams. Alexander Grischuk with the white pieces will try to push against Vishy Anand. Meanwhile, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's had a good tournament so far, will try to increase his lead by beating Fabiano Caruana. Maurice Ashley has more details for us on our key matches.
Well, there has been a dearth of wins in this tournament. Only 4 out of the 25 games played so far in the competition. The players are going to look to change that story in this round if they're going to start to make a move and surge into the leadership board. Well, here we have a good matchup between 2 youngsters. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he has 4 draws, sandwiching his win, and so far playing extremely well. On the other hand, Fabiano Caruana has had an uneven path to his 5 draws. He could have at least had 2 more wins, but he's going to see whether or not he can even things out and remain in good form. The other matchup that's a key one, Nakamura, Hikaru Nakamura, the U.S. champ, he's had a tough time with Levon Aronian, particularly the Sinquefield Cup, where he lost his game. He's going to look for revenge today to see if he can separate himself from the other 2 leaders. And in a very big matchup, the youngest player in the competition, Anish Giri, after winning his first game, he drew his next 4, and he has never lost a classical game against the world champion Magnus Carlsen, who is still desperately in search of his first win. All of Norway is desperate for the same thing. We'll see whether or not he can achieve that as we get round 6 started here at the London Chess Classic.
And of course, we have our women's grandmaster, Jennifer Shahade, with us from London.
And I'm absolutely delighted.
Hello, here we are back in the auditorium where it all goes down for round 6 of the London Chess Classic. Today is a very big day. The question on everybody's mind is, are any of the 3 leaders going to be able to pull ahead? We have Hikaru Nakamura, who celebrated his 28th birthday yesterday, and today plays against the Sinquefield Cup champion Aronian. Another game that everybody's eyes will be on is world champion Magnus Carlsen's game against our youngest leader, Anish Giri. Well, I can't wait to get it going and see some thunder and lightning in today's games. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Jen.
Well, thank you, Jen. And for me, Alejandro, I must say the result of the tournament tour leader, Veselin Topalov, is really shocking. He came into this event in clear first, and now he's in clear last on the tournament cross table. Remarkable turnaround.
Definitely a tough tournament for him. It's not he hasn't had his chances. He was winning against Caruana at some point.
Yes.
Some of his losses, I think, he could
a
have
little
played
undeserved,
better.
yes, perhaps
right.
So.
But at the end of the day, you know, the result's what counts. The Palovs had a really tough tournament. We have here some shots from the playing hall as we have some of the traditional British formalities before the round. So we'll be starting just a little bit late today. But yeah, I'm also very shocked at the fact that Topalov is in last place, but more than the fact that he is in last place, the way he's in last place,
yes.
1.5 points below anybody in the tournament, it's just not something I thought about. I mean, he can win today, and he'll still be
dead last. Yeah, also the grouping of the rest of the players, 9 players, and basically at this point with 4 rounds to go, those 9 players, any one of them could very easily be first.
Right.
I mean, it's really a tight field, a tight pack. Nobody's really taken the claim on the event like Topalov did in Norway, like Aronian did in the Sinquefield Cup. Nobody's claiming this event.
Right, even in Aronian, which I didn't think he dominated the event from start to finish, but he was always at the top. You know, there were a couple of players that were always fighting for the first place, and then Aronian broke through almost near the end. But here it seems like nobody is better than anybody else.
Exactly. A fight between equals, if you will. Having said that, really, I think the crucial game, as Maurice mentioned, really is that Anish Giri, Magnus Carlsen. If you think about what a decisive result in that particular game could mean to either player, it becomes huge. Nobody wants to see a resurgent Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus to win with black today would be fantastic for him. Anish Giri, the youngest player in the field, if he were to win with white against the world champion, go to +2, what would that mean for him? I mean, it's really a big, big game.
Oh, that would be huge. And, well, as we've mentioned, Anish Giri has never lost. This guy on camera, he's never lost to Magnus Carlsen. I mean...
And has won.
And has won. He's
with black.
One of the few people in the world that can say he has a plus score against the world champion. So he definitely wants to keep that record alive. He wants to... well, extend definitely his lead here in London. He's tied with too many people at the moment. I think he really has ambitions to win the Grand Chess Tour, and to do so, he needs to actually pull ahead of Hikaru and Maxime.
Absolutely, and he does have those ambitions. And another surprising one was, I remember a match played here in St. Louis that Hikaru Nakamura defeated Levon Aronian, and yet looking at their classical record against one another, it's pretty lopsided in the favor of Levon Aronian.
Well, it's always been a difficult opponent for Hikaru, especially with the white pieces. I feel Levon has gotten the better of him in many, many openings. Hikaru used to have this style where he could play this King's Indian ideas, and I guess any opponent makes some kind of complications, and he's beat Kramnik, he's been Anand, he's been Gelfand with all these kind of
mixed offbeat defenses
or very sharp lines. And Aronian is the kind of player that he just doesn't
He's
care.
happy. He's happy in those mixed positions as well. Complicated, unusual games.
Right. So Aronian has gotten the better of him in many positions.
And now just the final introductions to one of our tournament leaders, Anish Giri.
Right. Maurice, what are you looking forward to today?
Well, we get a chance to think about the fact that the players have 4 games remaining, and who has the easiest path to the finish line? Well, clearly Anish Giri has to face off against this gentleman, Magnus Carlsen, who is hungry, desperate to not only get a victory, but finally beat him. I mean, you can't be the world champion and not beat people and say this guy's a plus record against me. So that's a big task for Anish Giri. Then you look at Hikaru Nakamura. He's playing against a very tough customer for him. He's not a customer at all. Levon Aronian is a tough opponent for Hikaru, traditionally speaking. I believe their record is 11 wins, 6 losses. That is 11 wins for Aronian against Nakamura. So Aronian's confident. He knows that he can handle Hikaru. Of course, he knows Hikaru's a dangerous player any day of the week, so it's not going to be easy. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, you really have to keep an eye on this Frenchman. He's playing some scintillating chess, some sharp games, very theoretical, and he's already played Magnus. That's important. And he's also playing Caruana today. Caruana is not playing well in this competition so far. The kind of moves he's missing, we saw a blunder in the last round that we just didn't think we would see at this level. With plenty of time on the clock, no time pressure, Fabi missed this easy winning move against Grischuk. And we've seen him also blow the game against Nakamura as well. So Fabi is the one that may be a bit of a victim in the tournament so far. Maybe not playing as badly, obviously, as Topalov, who's in the cellar right now. But I think if you had to look at it on paper, you might think that the best chances for the win in this tournament go with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Of course, the games are not played on paper, so we have to watch how it goes in the next few rounds. I expect to see a lot of fighting chess, definitely, as we start to notice the turn, as jockeying terms, rounding the bend. They can see it coming soon. Round 6, a very important round of this competition.
Well, part of the reasons I like Maxime's chances is that he's, as far as I'm concerned, the only one that hasn't been in trouble here in London. He's the only player that consistently has had good games. He's been pressing and actually has failed to convert one or two positions that, you know, he really had chances.
Right.
But, I mean, Anish Giri was dead lost at some point.
Against Grischuk.
Against Grischuk. And against Topalov, he also didn't have such a great position. And, well, Nakamura was basically just dead against Caruana.
Yes.
And somehow managed to save himself. So I think Maxime is definitely the one that's proven to have the most consistent chess here in London.
Absolutely. I was just kind of smiling to myself when Maurice was saying, well, who has the easiest road ahead? And I'm thinking to myself, my goodness, every single one of these guys are just so tough. There's no easy path to victory for any of them. And we do have knight f3 on the board in the game of Vichy. Pardon me, not Vichy, Naka.
Well, not his usual opening, this knight f3, g3, some kind of ready setup. He, I guess, didn't want to face some kind of marshal, which brought him a loss in the Sinquefield Cup.
Yes,
So
that's right.
Perhaps not finding anything there, he chooses something more hyper-modern. And speaking of hyper-modern, can we look at the Grischuk game?
All right, just a second.
You know, when we say reverse Sicilian,
yes,
we don't mean it so literally.
D3. Wow.
Wow.
My first impression is when I see this move is it basically says I'm not playing for an opening advantage.
I'm just playing chess.
I'm just going to play chess.
Well,
D2, D3.
Literally a reverse Sicilian.
Yes. By far, the most common moves include G3 as well as knight Z3. And in both of those setups, White oftentimes aspires to D2, D4 in one go, not this move D2, D3. So Vichy will have to just consider his options there. And then the classical response by Levon Aronian to the ready knight f3, G3. So I suppose that Levon is willing to go into mainline Catalan.
And that's what we're going to see, as d4 has been played in this position, so we are back into the Catalan. The move order is a little tricky by Hikaru. It does avoid the bishop b4 check lines that have become extremely popular in the recent past. That's a way of equalizing.
Right. I always liked following the grandmasters and seeing their cagey understanding and why they play a particular move over another. And this is a nice example of White avoiding a mainline bishop b4 check.
Right.
Whether that gives him an edge or not, that's a different story. But I like I like following the move orders of the top players. And there you have it. Again, a Catalan, Queen C2, A6 main line.
Pretty main line here. Usually White has the choice between A4 or Queen takes C4, which I think Queen takes C4 is not seen as much nowadays. I mean, of course, a popular move, but
Right.
it kind of has given way to A4, which is actually Hikaru's choice.
And by the way, recalling in Baku, the knockout World Cup event, it was Elianov, who actually defeated Hikaru on the white side of this Catalan.
That's
Yes.
right. Yeah.
So Hikaru has a lot of experience, as does everybody else when they're playing the Catalan. And
We got a Berlin.
no round would be complete unless we had a Berlin defense, in this case the Berlin ending, Fabi with black.
Against MVL.
And against MVL and B6.
Well, we gotta remember that
different
MVL
little
was
wrinkle
just surprised against Anish Giri.
with the knight D4, the novelty of the tournament.
Nice novelty. So he's going to try to prove something against the Berlin, something he was unable to do on the previous round. Well, plenty of theory, I'm sure, here. Maurice will update us later on exactly how many Super Grandmasters have been playing this opening.
Exactly.
Let's see, our final game of the day is Anish
Yes.
Giri. Oh, we got two more, actually.
Yes.
Anish Giri is playing against Magnus Carlsen.
Now this is a real surprise. First of all, from the top.
No Berlin.
First of all, E2, E4.
You think that's a surprise?
For Anish, because he's been doing so well with his Catalan.
That's true.
He's
Yes.
really been pressing his opponents. So E4 for me, a slight surprise. Then, okay, Morphy defense to the Spanish with A6. And then check, the players are playing their mainline stuff. And wow, D2, D4.
Well, D4 is a move that, I mean, it's been seen sometimes. It's got its drawbacks, of course. After D6,
Which happened, by the way.
you have to play this move C3, I think, if you want to get an opening advantage.
Without question. First of all, you're supporting the pawn on D4, and then also in these positions, you have to be careful that black doesn't sometimes black is able to play knight A5 and swap off that bishop on B3, which is very crucial for white to develop a kingside attack. But the difference is, without the move H2, H3, you're encouraging this move bishop G4, which in fact is the main move and what Magnus played. Bishop E3. I think this line with D5, knight A5, bishop C2, C6, D takes C6, queen C7, it's really been analyzed to death.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be perfectly fine for black.
Exactly. So if you're going to try to do anything with white from this position, bishop E3 is considered the main move. And do we have a move thereafter?
No, it seems like Magnus is a little surprised by the variation. Bishop E3, I've actually taken a look at this variation.
Bishop E3, sorry?
Yeah, bishop
Yes.
E3. It scores relatively well for white, actually. Black has to be a little careful in certain variations. It's not so easy to equalize, and sometimes it's a little counterintuitive on how to handle the position. But I think that if with perfect play, black equalizes, it's just that he has to know a lot of stuff.
Well, I'm forcibly reminded, I think it was a semifinal match where Anish Giri was white, Peter Svidler was black, and Anish lost the game in a very impressive style, I want to say. Peter Svidler won, very nice game. So for sure, some unpleasant memories for Anish Giri in this particular position. If I recall correctly, and I'm not saying that I have, this is the way Peter Svidler chose to handle this setup with C5, and it was kind of like that reverse Benoni type of positions that you get after D5 and knight D7. And again, I thought it was, first of all, it was a great game by Peter Svidler. Let's start with that. And secondly, I mean, for sure, Anish is going to have an improvement or two because it was too impressive otherwise. Yeah.
Right.
All right. And what other games can we'll go to the players here between Veselin Topalov and Michael Adams seem to be in a sprint as they have just gone very quickly into a queen pawn opening.
A lot of people are calling this the Aronian variation with c5. He used it very successfully more than a few times, but
Black just goes for a big cramp
Right.
on the queen side.
and I think the most famous game in this variation is, of course, the one that Vachier-Lagrave managed to defeat Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship last year.
Yes.
And I think that since then, Magnus hasn't really touched this variation.
Painful
memories. But still, I mean, the variation should be fine. C6 is, I think, the main line, but I'm always
Yeah.
surprised that people don't go knight h5. I think that's the easiest way to equalize.
As Boris Gelfand and others have played as well.
played, yeah.
Yes, knight h5. After c6, I was really amazed from that World Championship match where you mentioned that why h2, h3,
Yeah.
and the differences of playing that move versus, say, bishop d3 or bishop e2 are so huge. The theoretical discussions from this exact position are really deep.
Very, very deep.
h3, e6. All of these moves are fairly standard and have been seen before. h7, h6. Okay, because
It's just a subtlety. You want to exchange the bishops, but you're waiting for white to
first
develop his
move
bishop first.
before playing the move bishop a6.
Right. So it doesn't really change anything.
h6, bishop d3, change.
Castle. This should be something that's been analyzed before.
Exactly. And normally speaking, before trading everything down the A file, Black is in no hurry to do that. Normally speaking, he kind of edges his queen over here to the square b7 and then prepares all kinds of wholesale trades. The cramping influence of the pawn on c5 has led many grandmasters to consider that White's position is better, but Black is just so darn solid in these positions. I see it as very, very difficult for the first player to win, actually.
It's
But-
always been, I mean, most games end in a draw, but once in a while you do see that White wins a game. B5.
Or White misplays it, and then it's suddenly Black who gets an initiative. and
But
wins a
I
game
think
or
that's
two.
even more rare.
Yeah, I remember from
pretty-
Zurich.
Oh,
Was it this year where Vichy lost with White to Hikaru Nakamura in a playoff?
in the playoff. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I remember that game.
Yes.
And let's just show the readers real quick, because Adams is thinking about castles, and you might be thinking, why is he thinking about?
Where is
No, in
Adams?
the game that we just had.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
And after castles, which seems like a very normal move,
Yeah.
actually a lot of the time White just breaks through with b5.
Okay.
And Black actually has to be careful that that doesn't work. So instead of castling, if you go b5,
For White.
yeah, for White.
And then the idea is if I take, you want to go c6.
Yeah, this kind of stuff is very funky.
Yeah, there's a long-winded variations with this, isn't there, that I'm aware of?
Yes, which is why probably Adams was expecting something like this.
Right.
There's some nice with like Queen c8 and stuff, and
Exactly.
it's very complicated. But
Very complicated. You can't take because this knight on c3 is hanging, and if you play after queen c8, just a second.
Right.
If you play c7, then after b4,
It's
White
a
has
mess.
sacrifice of pawn, but it's a mess.
Yeah. That's one way of playing it. So perhaps Adams was expecting this instead of the castles move, which I don't really remember castles. It allows b5, but I'm not so sure I want to play this right now.
Well, again, I think, first of all, it does, quote, allow b5. I mean,
Right.
there's nothing really much that White can do to prevent that move b5. But after the move b5, the queen side remains closed. The cramping influence of this pawn on c5, I would say that after queen e2, I'd rather play White myself. But I'll just boldly point out what others have played, queen c8, and I just see this as a very hard position for White to really get something against.
Well, Topal's playing quickly. I'm sure that he has some kind of idea. He's, well, after all, the leader of the Grand Chess Tour, even though he's definitely not a leader in London.
No, he
But
is
let's
not.
Take a look at how he's doing after 2 tournaments in our Grand Chess Tour. He obtained 17 points after his victory in Norway and an okay performance here at the St. Louis in Sinquefield Cup. Hikaru Nakamura follows him by only 1 point, 16. And
having taken third in both of the previous legs.
Exactly. He seems to be, well, really well positioned now that Topalov is doing so poorly in London, as Hikaru is one of the leaders there. Levon Aronian with 15 points and Magnus Carlsen with 14 points currently are in a tie for 4th in London. Meanwhile, Anish Giri really wants to step away from the pack so that his 13 points that he's accumulated so far are enough, with potentially a victory in London, to catapult him to 1st place.
Exactly.
And the prize money going into the tournament, it's $300,000 awarded at each one of the events in the Grand Chess Tour. And after the London Classic, a bonus $150,000 will be awarded to the players based on their Grand Chess Tour points. Top player will obtain $75,000, second place $50,000, and third place $25,000. This will be, of course, completely based on how London changes the standings.
Exactly. Well, I'm looking at the game between Maxime and Fabi, and I must say, even though I understand that the Berlin on the black side is an extraordinarily flexible defense. You can put your bishop on e7, you can put your bishop on e6, you can go h5, h4 in certain variations, you can go h6, g5, who knows, you can even go a5, a4. This early idea of fianchettoing the bishop behind the pawn on c6 looks strange to my eyes, and the reason I say that is because I think for white to get some kind of an early initiative, and it's very hard to do that, is that to do that white has to, or looks forward to, the idea of e5, e6. Putting the bishop on b7 seems to in some way encourage white to find the only idea that could lend an early initiative.
There's always a lot of subtleties in this kind of position.
No question about that.
I
yes.
think partially the reason that Caruana feels safer to fianchetto his bishop on b7
Yes.
is that Maxime has already committed his rook to d1, as opposed to having put the rook on e1 or having played any other move that would have allowed the rook to go to e1 on one tempo. Now it looks completely unnatural to return the rook to the e1 square, and therefore perhaps he is not as afraid of an e6 break.
May I?
Yeah.
e6.
Now, of course, black always has two choices going into this. I could just
Ignore it?
or I could go f6. But let's
Well, let's
take it.
Okay, we'll come right back to taking it.
Okay.
The reason why I was just wanting to have a look at the immediate e6 is that in case of f6, which, like you say, is one of the two choices, natural choices, I mean, this ultra-aggressive move, rook d7, stepping into black's camp, looking on this pawn on c7, there's going to be some very direct tactical consequences of black allowing this. And I'm just wondering, can black allow this?
Well, let's take a quick look. I mean, I think
Bishop
I have to
d6,
defend.
rook c8.
I'm not sure. If you play rook c8, I'm worried about bishop f4.
Right.
So perhaps let's try bishop d6, which is the most ambitious move.
So you say rook c8, you're a little bit worried about the move bishop d6.
I'm not sure if I have to be, but
yeah,
looks...
bishop f4, looking at that c7 pawn.
Yeah.
So we'll go back. Oops, excuse me. Bishop d6, super sharp, because now black is ready to essay bishop c8 and trap the rook. So let's continue on our pattern, g4, attacking the knight, which needs to keep an eye on the pawn on g7, knight to e7, knight to d4 with evil intentions such as rook takes or knight takes d6.
It's very evil.
Yeah, very evil.
Now I cannot play c5, which I kind of wanted to play. Unfortunately, knight d6 is check.
Check, and if you capture the knight, then the bishop is lost. So c5, you're right, absolutely.
Yeah, that might be very dangerous. I guess I have to play, just take the pawn. I cannot allow your rook.
Right, so now we are back to taking the pawn, and then the normal routine is to go knight g5 and attack this guy. Does that lure you or force black to drop back with his bishop?
Well, if you're greedy enough, I guess you could do this. I don't see any problem.
Okay. So you think that you could just, let's say, blithely ignore the loss of the pawn, and who knows, just say, okay, you won your pawn back, well, good for you.
That might be okay as well, although I don't think there's anything wrong with just keeping the pawn in a more greedy
Fashion with bishop
C8.
c8.
Play h6 at some point.
Right.
No, this doesn't look too good for white. I mean, I think
you're not frightened.
I'm not frightened at all.
Exactly.
He didn't play that. He played the move bishop f4, which I can understand. It prepares the move e6.
Right.
And Caruana played a move that pretty much exemplifies why every time I think I should play the Berlin because all the cool kids are doing it,
Yeah.
I shouldn't do it.
Because all the cool kids are doing it.
Because I can't find moves like this. I mean, if you sat me on the board and told me, play a move,
For black,
For
after
black.
bishop f4.
I would be so reluctant to actually make this move.
I'm not even sure. Now you've got me scared. I don't think I'll find it either.
It's not so difficult, and it actually makes a lot of sense, but it's so passive that
You just couldn't bring yourself to do
I
it.
couldn't do it.
And that move was?
Rook c8.
Rook c8.
Yes.
Okay. So in anticipation of the move e6, black simply defends his pawn on c7 and says, go ahead, make some more moves. But rook c8, yeah, it's not the inspiring move we're all looking forward to. Which again, sorry, I mentioned it a move ago, but I'm drawn to it after you
After such a passive move.
Yeah, and I just want to take a quick peek at this move e5, e6.
Yeah, but I think it works even less now after I take on e6.
You take on e6, I'll
Knight g5, and I
Right.
think now probably very prudent is to just try to equalize with bishop d6.
the primitive bishop d6, knight
Takes.
takes e6,
Continue with king f7,
king f, continue a king f7.
and you probably want to give a check.
I'm thinking about it. Do I want to give a check? I'm not that inspired. I just,
Looks perfectly fine for black, unfortunately.
it sure enough does. I'm looking at knight d4 as a possibility. I'm considering bishop takes d6 followed by knight d4. But
Even
if I'm
those same games.
if I'm forced to give a check and the king runs out, if I'm forced to make this trade, then I absolutely positively agree that black, having undoubled his pawns, can look forward to the future with confidence. It's extraordinary that after a move like rook c8, I don't have some killer shot. Well, killer shot is maybe asking too much, but a move, a plan that puts enormous pressure on you.
Well, such is the nature of the Berlin. Caruana, of course, is well in his preparation. He's used only 2 minutes to get to this position.
So he's completely satisfied that black stands well or fine.
Sorry.
It's all right.
And-
bless you.
And MVL has used almost 20.
Okay.
So definitely it's white that is trying to figure out what to do, whereas Caruana is just cruising with his preparation.
Yeah. By the way, it's always a great confidence boost when you have prepared a line that your opponent goes right into.
And poor
it's like,
Maxime.
okay.
Poor Maxime, this is 2 times in a row.
Anishgiri,
Yes.
you know, there's a line of people waiting to pull some novelties on poor MVL. Yeah. And let's just, well,
Wow.
we have a very,
Rook
very
out there.
different, from the mind of Levon Aronian. Okay, when we left things, we have just seen this move a2, a4 in a Catalan by Hikaru Nakamura against Levon. Levon played the move bishop d7, which is considered the very standard plan for black, as he seeks to neutralize this bishop on g2 by opposing on the long diagonal. Again, we're following the game Elianov and Nakamura. A5, I think, wasn't
Bishop
there
D5,
bishop
I think,
d5,
yeah.
queen c2,
Bishop e4.
bishop e4,
D1, I think.
queen,
C1, yes.
yeah, queen c1, then there was an h6. And basically, I just want to put this position on the board because at a certain moment, Hikaru, knight c3, bishop, he put his bishop on this diagonal as opposed to maintaining it on the long diagonal. I thought that Hikaru had a perfectly decent game that was simply outplayed later in the game.
Right. He underestimated some kind of sacrifice, I believe, that was...
yeah, bishop takes c6,
C6
or something like that. Two
right.
pieces,
Two pieces for a rook, but he got
some pawns.
a pawn or two, and then a lot of pressure because the bishop on h7 was actually really out of play.
That's right.
All right.
Okay, but let's see what has actually took place in the game. It went like this.
Well, a5 was interesting. So it just clamps down on the queen side, getting control over this b4 square.
Exactly.
That
Very
makes sense.
common theme. Now black has control over this square. Also, he doesn't have to worry about any b4 stuff. And in the meanwhile, Levon may want to quickly establish a knight on the b4 square.
Well, somebody's coming to b4, but I didn't expect it to
Be the rook. Rook a6. Okay, this is definitely a twist, a novel twist.
I've never seen it.
No, on a well-known variation. So
It's pretty cool, considering this rook usually doesn't do anything all the game.
You mentioned cool kids.
Yeah.
Levon, look at this. Rook
at this,
a6.
Huh.
E3, rook b6. Very standard reaction by white. He fortifies his center. And sometimes a queen on c4, frankly, is just on the wrong square.
Right.
He wants to get out of the way of his rooks, which he anticipates putting on c1 and d1.
It also helps to play e4.
Precisely down the road. Knight b8, d7, rook d1. Wow, bishop f3. And I'm anticipating, let's say, bishop f3.
There has to be some concrete reason you played this, right?
Yes, exactly. Well, one of the nice things is that with this bishop, let's say, tucked over there,
right.
It means that if the rook ever does post up on the b4 square, the only animal that could hit it is actually the knight. And to hit it, you'd have to go back to knight a2, and the rook would go back to b6. So the rook isn't that vulnerable once it gets to the b4 square.
And I want to point out that after c6,
Sorry.
move, if you look at this position, white would be much better if he could play the move e4.
And
But
let's see, why doesn't he want to play that?
But e4 unfortunately has a very strong tactical
Refutation. Many beginners and very experienced players, once they put their bishop on g5, pinning the knight on f6 to queen e7 to the queen on d8, sometimes they fall asleep and they fail to realize the knight is actually not pinned. And suddenly this tactic, knight takes e4, bishop takes g7, knight takes c3, very important intermezzo. White's attacking black's queen, but thanks to that capture, so is black attacking white's queen. After the capture on c3, queen takes. White looks around and says, how did that happen? I'm a pawn down. Where did it go? So unfortunately, the highly desirable move e4,
Simply
as you
doesn't
say, falls for a cute tactic.
Right, he would have to either trade on f6 first or do something along those lines. But then the opposite color bishops and the weakness of b4 really give Aronian kind of a lot to work with.
Right, so after e4, you've got this nice center, but hello.
Yeah.
Now we start to understand why that rook was... normally you make these kind of rover moves, to quote Jennifer Shahade, rook up and over, because you want to attack the guy's king.
Right.
You know, you're trying to go rook f3, rook h3, bishop h7, and checkmate. Here we see a rover for very strategic reasons, just putting pressure on the pawn on d4. If you could provoke d5 in mass trades, you're going into a very easy draw. So.
Nice preparation.
Nice
from
preparation. Very impressive.
And it's clear that Hikaru seems to find himself in a little bit of preparation as he's thinking after bishop takes f3. And okay, I think he only has one move after bishop f3, but he's thinking anyway, because if he takes with the queen, he just loses a pawn.
Right.
So, well, Hikaru is currently one of the leaders in London.
Yes.
And we actually have a graphic that has the percentage chances of this grandmasters on winning the Grand Chess Tour based on their points in London and on their ratings and on the ratings of their opponents. Oh, sorry, so this is to win odds to win London, we got Nakamura.
Based upon the 2 results of the 2 legs and 5 games already played in London, our mathematical model is showing that a near 41%, Hikaru's in the driver's seat. He has a nearly 41% chance of winning the event.
This is to win London? No, this has to be... This has to be to win the Grand Chess.
To win the Grand Chess Tour, yes. Yes, 40%.
I mean, I cannot put Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at 10% with 3 points being
not to win London, but to win the tour. So this is to win the tour. Odds to win the chess tour. Anish Giri.
I'm being told that it's just to win London.
Really?
Really? God,
There's no way.
There's no way.
There is no way Hikaru is at 40% from right now.
Well,
that just seems like too much odds. I would take that bet in a minute.
Yeah.
MVL, who's leading the tournament, he's one of the co-leaders, has to have better than a 10% chance of winning London.
Well,
but
actually,
I think we're
let's
talking
take a look
about
at
the
the bottom.
tour.
Let's take a look at the bottom. Topalov has a 0.2% chance to win London, and Grishchuk, with 2.5 points and only half a point behind the leaders, has a 0% chance of winning London.
So it's about the tour.
That
it's about
cannot
the tour.
Be London.
Sorry, it's
that
about
cannot be. So that must have been a mistake in our graphics, guys.
It's
we
okay.
We will definitely flag. What words am I looking for? Spank him later, that graphic, because there's no way Grishchuk has a 0% chance, and he's only half a point out of first. So we get a chance. We're wrong so often that we're happy when they get it wrong in the truck. But that was definitely for London. But to point out this game, you know, this rover idea, Rook A6 early in the game, it reminds me of a player that I was a big fan of, Emery Tate, an international master who passed away earlier this year, sadly, at a very young age. He was quite an inspirational player to many African Americans, and it was definitely a loss. He actually passed away while playing a chess tournament, died from a collapse. And he used to play these rovers all the time with the move Rook to A6. You wouldn't be surprised seeing him put that even earlier, moves 4 and 5 in games even. Rook A6, however, guys, is not a novelty. It's been played 19 times before, according to the database. It is not a new move in the position at all. Granda Zuniga, one of the original chess players of our time, the Peruvian grandmaster, plays some great chess, and he's played it all. We have a game against Salov. There's a name we haven't heard in a long time. Salov back in 1997. So this move has been played before, and in this position, everybody played what Hikaru played. Basically, this move E3, and then after Rook to B6, there is some divergence here, but Queen E2, excuse me, is the main move. And now Black has chosen either Knight E4 or the move Aronian played, Knight BD7, and it's in this position that the move, still following the Salov Granda Zuniga game, there Salov played Rook F to D1, and the trade Bishop takes F3 was played in a game going all the way back to 2002. Ludwig, a master player in this position, played the move. Christoph Ludwig, this was in an email game?
Correspondence?
A correspondence game that was played. Christoph Ludwig played the move Bishop takes F3. So the idea has been seen before. It's just that Aronian dug real deep, went down there to find some odd theoretical ideas, or at least not popular theoretical ideas. I'd like to point out this game. This one is the game between Grishchuk and Anand. And you would think after the move D3 on move 2, that is a quiet game. It's in English. He's avoiding theory. Well, believe it or not, after this move, you would not be able to guess out of 20 games how many were actually decisive. I mean, it doesn't look like it's that contentious. Out of 20 games, 17 decisive games in this line at the top of this. I mean, why is it so wild? It's wild, crazy chess. 17 out of 20 in the latest games, and we'll see whether or not this game goes crazy as well. Anand could have played very safely with the move Knight to F6 and just avoid everything and play a standard chess position, but he's decided F5 to just take the bull by the horns. He needs to win again if he's going to jump up, and so both these players are definitely locking horns in this position. The game that we saw with Michael Adams and Veselin Topalov, this position, They follow this line up to this point. After A takes B4, Queen A8 is the main move here. Queen B7 is the move that Adams decided to play in this position. So this one's interesting. And another game of real interest is, of course, this top game with Magnus Carlsen. He spent a long time right here after bishop to E3 did Magnus. He spent a long time seemingly trying to remember what to do or what his preparation was or what the lines should be. And he then went down into a main line very quickly with these moves. He blitzed out these moves, by the way, while you guys were talking. These moves were just whipped out really quickly. And then they got to this position, bishop B2, knight FD7, and now queen to B1. Little masking move along the long diagonal, breaking the pin. The engines don't give anything serious for white here. Black has different moves, G6 being one, C4, even H6. The center looks impressive, but it's going to collapse at some point when this exchange happens. And Giri has to be a little bit careful about how he advances here because he could see his center collapse easily. And remember, this rook in the corner with this move with this queen on B1, this rook doesn't have a lot of activity, so you wonder how he's going to unlock his pieces. This queen on B1 is not like it's a lasting threat. It's easy to stop. So curious position indeed as the youngster tries to maintain his blemishless score against the world champion.
And not only blemishless against Magnus Carlsen, but against everyone on the tour. Nobody has been able to defeat Anish Giri. And whenever I see games like this, Alejandro, I always stop myself and ask the key question. What is it that white wants? What is it that white wants out of this position, Anish Giri? And what has attracted Anish to this very specific position? Maurice mentioned that this rook on A1, kind of locked up here in the corner. Well, everybody hates it when their pieces are locked up. So I understand that with this move, Queen B1, what Anish hopes to do is to advance his pawn to A4, capture on B5, and thereby liberating his rook by not having even moved it on turn. Also, the move Queen B1, it does sidestep this a little bit annoying pin, and it is ready to unmask a future E4, E5 when this bishop would be attacking this pawn on H7. So let me just play what I would think is a rather normal move in the position. Bishop H5, preparing to meet the move E5 with something like Bishop G6. And then I spot a nice little idea for white. I go, oh, that could be Anish's trick. To take on G6, in case of the recapture, bang, E5, and suddenly, and out of the blue, there's some real weaknesses on Black's king side, and the world champion could be in real trouble should he make what looks like a very reasonable move, Bishop H5, and that was probably why Maurice was suggesting G6.
Well, actually, this position, it's interesting. I think it's very dynamic. It's very different from the Berlins we've been seeing this tournament.
Thank goodness.
And one of the key things is it's difficult for Black to actually make a move without giving some kind of concession. I think a lot of the times you're trying to make moves that don't give your opponent anything to work with. Whereas in this case, if you play, for example, Bishop H5, G6, the double pawns become a weakness you can exploit with E6. The move G6, which was a suggestion of Maurice, has its own drawbacks. For example, now the bishop on G4 is semi-trapped. You can never retreat to G6. It also opens up the diagonal for the B2 bishop. Yes, it's probably okay, but it doesn't really...
Well, I must say, I would be attracted to this position as white. I mean, I've won the two bishops. Okay, I've got a temporary issue with the A1 rook, but it is so temporary, and I'm still eyeballing ideas of E5 and E6 as well. So I don't think Magnus is going to be thrilled with this move, G7, G6. Also less than thrilling, in fact simply losing, would be Bishop F6, which would just encourage white to execute his threat of E5. Rook E8, what other moves are there in the position?
Well, Rook E8 seems natural, but one of the main problems of playing in this situation is, well, your knight on B6 is so bad. You'll usually want to do something with it, maybe play C4 and try to force something with it. but it doesn't always quite work. The knight on b6 is just pretty terrible.
Okay, c5, c4 does carry with it this potent threat of c4, c3, forking two of white's pieces, but it does take away the pressure.
The pressure
if you will,
releases the tension. Yes.
Exactly, on white's center. And okay, this is a little bit weird. H3 takes, C3, allowing a protected pass pawn. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But two ways. One way, pardon me, to stop the threat of C3 would be to play rook E3. Yeah.
It's possible.
And another, I was a little bit reluctant to play bishop C3 because I noticed that, oops, I've got some pieces jumbled up here on the C file. Something might go wrong in case of, so C5, C4 might be
An idea.
an idea.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how good it is. There's, as you say, several ways that white can deal with it. But it definitely makes at least a little bit of an impression just in order to improve the knight on b6. You want to kind of trade it off, get rid of the b3 pawn.
Okay.
Got to do something.
But again, because this is such a key game, we'll definitely keep our eyes on it. And Maurice, give us some insights in today's matchup.
Yes, a fascinating position actually in this game. This position has been seen before. It is not Geary's novelty to play the move queen to b1, although the more popular move by far was the move h3. So no doubt Magnus was ready for the move h3, knew that position, and queen b1 only having played 6 times and actually not with great results for white. White has had no real edge. In fact, black out of the 6 games won twice, drew 3 times, and lost only once in this position. So again, we're not exactly sure exactly what Geary has in mind with a move that is not considered the most testing move in the position. Now, here, the main move 4 times seen is the move c4, and black has done well with that move, so Magnus is probably looking at it himself. The variation you guys mentioned is fascinating. The move bishop to h5 is really an interesting move, allowing this move e5 in the position, threatening the pawn. And what do the engines say? Forget the pawn. Let's go after this move. c4, suddenly a sharp move to be sure. The point being that if you capture this pawn now and the king moves, suddenly you won the pawn, but you've got 2 threats to deal with. One is the move c3, and the other is the trapping of your bishop with the move g6. So this bishop is under pressure. The engines continue in flashy style with the move e6 to break the position open and give the square g6 to this bishop. White is looking for some pressure on this side, and there's just wild variations now. Knight to f6, again, attacking this bishop and threatening this move c3. Knight g5, ignoring all the threats again. This threat is defended against and allowing c3, and after this move takes, giving away a piece, that's the second pawn he's won, and now a third pawn. However, after takes, the lines get a little bizarre. Takes, bishop back to g6, hitting the rook, rook back, and now queen showing up on this side. It looks dangerous, but it really isn't. The engines are saying black can defend with knight back. However, even though this position can happen with the knight coming back and no mating attack, the engines think that black is only a little bit better, despite the fact that he looks like he's up a piece for 2 pawns. 6 against 4, only a little bit better based on white's compensation of this light square bishop. A crazy line, but it's not definitive, and it is certainly not something that Geary would have looked at and said, oh yeah, I'm going to play this against Magnus. So it should be interesting to see. There are some hidden variations for Magnus to watch out for, and he knows it. He knows queen b1 didn't just show up on the board by accident or whim, so he is intensely focused at this moment, knowing that he needs to make the right move, and it looks like he's prepared to do it. And he has played g6. G6 in this position, played only once before in this game, and not by any of the top players. Again, this move queen b1 is so rare. We see g6 on the board. Very interesting setup.
Wow. Great stuff.
Yeah, I want to go back
Thank you, Maurice. I really enjoyed that variation, by the way. That was
crazy.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. And believe me, if we had that, I'd forgive the players rounds 5s and 4s.
No, you would.
Yes, I would. Yes, I would. That was great.
Maurice was mentioning earlier that this Aronian game, bishop takes f3, was only played by a master, but he then mentioned the fact that it was an email game. And
a correspondence game.
Correspondence game. And I want to enlighten maybe some of the audience about what exactly correspondence chess is. I don't have a lot of experience playing correspondence chess. Actually, I've never played correspondence chess in my life.
Right.
However, it's deeply affected the way that we play chess now.
Right.
When we think of correspondence chess, you might think of the old postcards and
that's correct.
Friendly people play against each other. Nowadays,
but let's just freeze that thought for a second. The way the correspondence chess worked in the past is literally you would get something like 15 days to 30 days to make a single move. You would send a postcard to your opponent that said, I am playing this, and then 15, 30 days later you get a postcard back in the mail. Hence, some of these correspondence games lasted 3 years, 5 years, and even longer.
Right.
However, over-the-board grandmasters paid particular attention to correspondence chess games because you had such a long time to think and prepare and plan that correspondence games were really considered some of the highest quality games that humans could possibly play against one another.
Right.
Sorry, continue, please.
And now they've become even, let's say, more high quality. At some point, people started asking, you know, how can you prevent cheating? Why can't you just turn on your computer?
Computers and encyclopedias of openings.
And for many correspondence players, well, it stopped being cheating. It's just assumed that you will use a computer, that you will use an encyclopedia, that you will use your opening databases, your
all the
databases,
tools that you possibly
everything.
can.
So the opening theory quality at correspondence chess is abnormal.
Yes.
Like, you can see a master 2200, 2300 player, which is quite high for correspondence, actually. They use a different rating system than we do. Play a move, and trust me, these guys have looked at it.
Deeply. Yes. That's right.
So they know that if something's played in the correspondence chess database, that's something that they will look at. So I wouldn't be surprised if bishop takes f3 is something that Aronian got from that position.
All right, very good. And Maurice, oh, sorry, wasn't ready. I just wanted to say that I saw this move, Queen e2 to c2, by Hikaru Nakamura in that game of Levon, and we understood that e3, e4 was not a good move. It failed tactically, but I really wasn't. Why Queen c2? It kind of looks to me like e2 is a pretty decent square for the queen.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because now you can play e4.
It's that simple.
sometimes the
chess is the easiest answer is the simple one. Okay.
Yes.
So you're saying that white now aspires to e3, e4. So okay, let me win that bishop back. Or do you want to take it? I assume you do, but I'm not 100% sure.
You mean if I can get away with playing bishop f4, I will, but I'm not so sure that I can.
Well, all I wanted to say was that after bishop takes f6, knight takes f6, if you do go for the e4 idea, then that rover actually looks like it's paying dividends in this particular position for black. I just wanted to go back quickly to the Anashkiri game for a moment. Sorry, where are you? Oh, we did see, by the way, e6.
So we're following this variation. Actually, Maxime took immediately on f4, which I thought is a nice little subtlety, because we were always taking on f7 first and giving this kind of checks for no reason. But bishop d6 was played immediately without taking on e6.
I'll come back to that game in just a moment. After the move g7, g6 by our world champion Magnus Carlsen, Anish, a classical player that he is, said, let me win the two bishops.
Two bishops.
And now came this move, c5 takes d4. Now, not going into the merits of this, one of the things that you had mentioned, and it makes a strong impression on my eyes, is that the knight on b6 is on a bad circuit.
Yes.
And after c5 takes d4, my gut reaction is that white has solved his problems, his issues, small ones that they may be, better than black. And after, for example, bishop takes d4, white is just hoping to play queen c2, rook d1, bishop back to b1, and eventually say to black, hey, look, you've got this pawn on d6 that's going to be an Achilles heel in your position. why was Magnus attracted to this position?
Well,
now playing the other role.
Right.
I mean, we know what attracted Anish. What's attractive for Magnus?
Well, for black, I think it's pretty clear. First of all, you've managed to reduce the tension in the center slightly. Second, I think this position itself is not very easy to play for white. There are some dangers in the position, and the fact that you cannot develop your rook so quickly, the fact that the bishop on c2 is relatively useless.
For the moment, that's right.
For the moment, I
that's
mean,
right.
It does give me the opportunity to, for example, play bishop f6 very, very quickly, swap off the dark squared bishops, and try to create some kind of dark square blockade.
Yeah, sticking a knight on e5 and so forth. Okay, so if I just continue the line for a brief while, bishop takes f6.
Now I become active.
Knight takes f6, queen f6. That's a little bit awkward for white. You're setting up for rook takes c2.
You can play rook d1, which is probably the most natural way of defending.
Absolutely.
But now I can start maneuvering my knights. I can maybe play knight e5.
Very logical, bringing the knight into a nice central position. I don't like my bishop on this c-file, so I'll drop back with my bishop for the moment.
And in this kind of positions, I mean...
let me take that move back. I apologize. In chess, it's a very, very bad, even when you're playing fun games, to take your moves back. I really do not encourage allowing that. I mean, get in the habit of touch move. Just get in that habit. But having said that, I'll cheat. I'll play the move queen a3, eyeballing this pawn on a6. I appreciate the fact that your queen is good, and in particular your knight. But I'm looking at that a6 pawn, and I'm warming up to white's position a little bit more than black's.
Perhaps instead of playing this move knight e5, which is perhaps a little careless, I could play something that's very much in my dark square strategy and play b4, perhaps with the idea of a future rook c3, also keeping a queen out.
That I like better. I think you better keep a watchful eye over the move queen a3, not just give me that opportunity. Having said that, now you've given me a diagonal that my bishop might be a little bit more useful. I'll play bishop to d3, probably provoking a6.
A5.
And pardon me, a6, a5, and we get a position, that's definitely rich in its complexity.
It's a very standard kind of Spanish position. I don't think that black's chances are bad. I mean, you have a lot of options. d5 break is something that white always has to deal with. The bishop on d3 is still not great, even though its scope has been improved. It can't go to c4 where it would really like to go.
Right. That, of course, is the ideal diagonal to get posted up, especially on the d5 square.
So it's not so easy, I think, for white to make a lot of progress. I think that black should be close to fine, but it's in a typical Spanish situation. I think white still has perhaps a little
the thing I like that is attracted to me about white's position is that it's, like the static, long-term, black has got to keep the dynamic potential of his position, because you can easily see Magnus the Grinder saying that he would like to play white. But having said all of that, just a smidge. It's not much, in my opinion, either.
Maurice, you have an update for us in, well, what I think will be a very interesting game.
Yes, you always like it when games go out of theory very early. You see original positions on the board. And what the two players, that is Grishuk and Anand, are playing right now is definitely not mainline theory at all. We saw it with the move d3, of course, in the game. This position, just the one we see in front of us, hasn't been played that many times. And in fact, only one player rated over 2,500 for either color has ever been in this position. Kevin Spraggett, as we know, Grandmaster Spraggett of Canada, who played king h8 right now in this position. He played king to h8, and instead of the move bishop to d7, Anand decided to play bishop to d7, that is, in this position himself. And after that, the players are all sub 2,500s all the way down the rating scale. So a very interesting position here, a lot of originality. After only 9 moves, we basically have what we call a brand new unexplored position on the chessboard. In this position, actually, knight d5 was the choice by Grishuk, continuing what looks like somewhat unusual play, not promising himself that much in this game. Another position of interest is this one between Adams and Topalov. And the way Adams played, he doubled his rooks on the A file, but check this out. 2 knights doubled on the C file, preventing any entry points here. And before, let's just go back to the moment this happened. This position here, Topalov played the move F3 and said, okay, good for you. You've got the A file, but they're all dressed up with nowhere to go. I'm going to see what happens if I attack you on the other side of the board, going for the move E4 and pressuring on this side. The Indians like knight F8 first. They also like the move queen to C8, which Adams actually played, but E4 is still on tap, and there's some pressure brewing on this half of the board while the rooks just maintain their posture on this side. And in the other game, it looks as though a king has found a very comfortable perch on F7. Not too much to worry about in the game between Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana. So if you look at the games so far, there really is not much fire in terms of white pressing. Black seems to be pretty comfortable in all the games. Maybe the game with Adams is the one where he's least comfortable allowing the space that white could build. But clearly the players with white are trying for something today. They're not just trying for some plain Jane equality. There's a lot at stake in round 6, and it's showing on the chessboard.
I like the tension that we see in the different boards. I think so far every single board has something to give. I think that there are positions that are very rich, even though they're equal. They're a different kind of equality from what we've been seeing previously in the tournament. I think it's a good time to take our first break, and we'll be returning with live coverage of the 6th round of the London Chess Classic. Welcome, everybody. We are back on round 6 of the London Chess Classic. We got some interesting games for you guys, actually. A lot of tension in some of them, some nice novelty, especially from the black side, to try to equalize the game. The leaders trying to increase their points here in London.
Because of the chess tour and the bonus money, $150,000, these games start really being very, very pricey games.
It's quite the incentive. So, well, where should we start here with the
let's go with the Geary Magnus Carlsen, world champion Magnus Carlsen game. You know, during our break, I've been looking at this position after knight takes d4. We had seen that after bishop takes d4, in our previous line, bishop f6, and it's very easy for black once he gets rid of these dark square bishops. So that was why Anish played the move knight takes d4 in order to preserve the bishops for a moment. But after bishop f6, I'm looking more and more at this queen on b1, and I'm beginning to think it's just simply misplaced. If I come back to d1, for example, let's just put a couple of moves, rook e8, rook c1, in order to finally develop this rook. Well, at a certain moment, black is ready to play the move d5, and I think that's just basically full equality. I really am not impressed by what white has in the position. So I'm thinking more and more like this move queen b1,
not a fan.
The opposite of warming up. I've cooled down. I've cooled down regarding the placement of the queen on b1. I just don't like the rook on a1. And I thought that Anish might at some point be able to play the move a4, but as you mentioned, this knight on b6 is terrible. a4 would simply allow black the opportunity to post his knight up powerfully on the c4 square, especially with the bishop still on the board. So I'm not
impressed by allowing the knight to c4.
Not at all. So I don't see a decent way for white to play for an advantage in that game. Let's go around the horn for a second. In our perpetual Berlin, every round has to feature at least one Berlin game. The game of Fabiano Caruana and MVL, we were a little bit
Actually, somebody, one of the smartest people that I do know, sent me a text while we were on break, said, I'm not a very good chess player,
but
they should make this Berlin thing illegal.
Yes, exactly. For sure. Black is very solid in this particular position. MVL could have gone immediately for repetition. A repetition, by the way, that strongly reminds me of a world championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Anand.
The same kind of structure, right?
Where the players had agreed to a draw. MVL tossed out the move a4, keeping the game alive for at least one more move.
But Caruana played so quickly that it seems to me that he's still in preparation.
Yes.
I mean, he spent a little over 10 minutes to get to this position.
For all of his moves.
Yeah, we got 20 moves on the board. It's a lot of moves to be playing in such a short amount of time.
It takes you a while just to write down your score sheet.
Just to write down on your score sheet, take a look, take a deep breath, and play the actual move. I mean, this guy's not thinking.
At all. So
he's just deep in preparation. He's probably knows that this is equality. He probably even knows what the engine evaluation of this position is.
Yes.
Which, by the way, I was taking a look at the break, is 0.00.
Typical engine, yeah. So very solid.
Solid. Doesn't seem like it's worse for black at all. Even some of the endgames are a little dangerous for white if he starts pressing too much. The Berlin advantage of the pawn majority really dissipates once you trade the E for the F pawns, as the bishop gains so much scope, and it becomes much harder for white to actually advance his pawns without weakening his king.
And exactly, if black's king isn't a negative influence in the position for black, you can just see that black is ready to go c5, c4, open up his bishop, and it's very hard, close to impossible, in fact, for white to use his majority once this black king is able to keep the majority in check along with the bishop.
Right.
So again, kudos to Caruana for his brilliant preparation. This is the Anish Giri Magnus Carlsen game. A little bit of something for Topalov here.
I think it's something to work with. I really like this maneuver of putting the knights on c3 and c2.
And by the way, that is not an obvious maneuver at all. If you think about it from black's perspective for a moment, black has, Mickey has just played this move, rook a6, rook a8, with high ambitions of being able to use his rooks down the a file. This idea of putting the knights on c3 and c2 to control all the business squares along the a file, that's a very nice setup, I must say. I think I once saw Timur Rajabov using such an idea as black, for white, I beg your pardon. But I must say, Veselin Topalov, he is also one of these players that prepares his openings quite deeply.
Right.
And, you know, give him credit. It's very hard to get an edge against these guys. Their preparation is so good. At least with the queen on d3. A dream for white is that black would play a move like b5, taking the pressure off the c5 pawn, making the move e3, e4 that much more excitable.
At least appetizing. I mean,
yes.
Once the queen side is completely locked down, you can even start thinking of g4 and g5 and
Also
trying to
as well.
exploit something on the king side. Well, the thing is that without the a file being a factor, you could just have free hand on the other side of the board.
Precisely so. By the way, just to acknowledge one difference, let's say takes, and now with the pawn on c5, you always have to be cognizant that e6, e5 is a break that black might be willing to trade his e6 pawn for the c5 pawn.
You're right, and he could even maybe do it immediately.
Yes, maybe immediately. Probably in this case, white will just simply say, okay, let's keep that tension alive for a moment. If the e file becomes the open file, I want to, let me just put a move or two on the board. Then again, these rooks on the a file have been neutralized. White still has some ability to build up some pressure as he's got more of a central influence. Yeah?
No, I think this is actually playable for black, but definitely something that white can work with.
Exactly. Less so, again, in the Magnus and the Vichy game. I wanted to bring that game up on our board. I've been an English player. Yes, Grishuk Anand game. I've been an English player basically most of my life, chess career, I mean to say, and I'm not really that impressed when I get this pawn on d5. It does shut in my bishop. You're doing it for the very specific purpose of getting some pressure against this backward c-pawn. I never really feel that I get much, actually. And I actually think that black is more than okay.
More than okay.
More than okay.
So if I play rook c1, how are you planning to continue?
Right. So let's just put a move on the board, rook c1. And for the moment, it's clear I can't snap because that does unleash the Kraken on g2. I definitely don't want to do that. Let me see what I would like to do here for a second. I'm a little, don't know if I'm worried. Worried may be too strong a word. But queen b4 bugs me a little bit. Let me play the move a5 and just ask white how he would like to continue. One, I don't know, I can't call it necessarily a trap, but one thing that I might want to do is encourage white to make this trade. This pawn on e6 is, I think, more of a liability in the position than an asset, as it's easier after c6 for black to rope in that pawn on e6. So,
yeah, so
I don't
seems.
think knight g5 is a threat, so to speak,
so
in the
much.
position.
And actually, perhaps because of this a5 idea, Grishik decided to retreat his queen immediately. Oh, sorry, attack with his queen immediately, play queen b4.
Yes, I think that that's the move that I would like to play also with white. I really want to change the pawn structure. In other words, knight takes, okay, I do have the move queen b3, but more importantly, anything that alters the pawn structure and gives this bishop on g2 an unrestricted view is favorable for white, this trade of pawns. So I don't think that Vichy is prepared to let go of his b7 flank pawn for this pawn on d5.
So would you commit to playing b6 in this position?
I don't like that one either. b6 always makes it difficult for me. After playing b6, it always makes it difficult for me to play c6 and neutralize. I would think, I know it looks a little bit weird, the move queen b8. The idea is that if I need c6 in a future, my pawn on d6 will be defended. I'm still aspiring for a5. Overall, just a balanced position.
No, Yasser.
Okay, please.
I tend to disagree. I would
Okay,
rather
let's go.
be
White
after
All
I play rook c1 in this position. I think you're kind of running out of moves.
Rook c1 in this position, I'm kind of running out of moves.
You have to prove.
I have to.
Before that,
Yes.
knight takes e5 wins the pawn. You can't play this.
Oh, that's very nice. I'm sorry, I've made a howler. I've queen b8, doing all the things I've neglected to realize. Oopsie daisy.
Right.
I have to take my move back.
I think white has a little bit of pressure. I don't think it's that easy.
It's
not bad. Well, we can ask another expert that's just joined us here at the studio, as we have Rex Sinquefield with us and Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we're with the founder of the St. Louis Chess Club, Rex Sinquefield, who's always attentive to the games and nuances. And Rex, we'd love it if you could make some moves on these boards like you did earlier in the year, and maybe a few blunders to help us stay entertained.
Hey, look, I've got a copyright on most blunders, okay? You make them, you got to pay me something. You don't know what stress is until you make a blunder and Gary Kasparov's your partner.
Absolutely. I've never been under that kind of tension. Well, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How are you feeling about this final leg of the London, the Grand Chess Tour here at the London Chess Tour?
I was thinking about that this morning. Despite all of the draws, and I think now it's really getting tense. You've got three guys, of course, in the top, and got some people competing for the overall tour. So a lot is on the line, both in the London Classic and for the entire Grand Chess Tour. And it's of course Hikaru's very much in the running, tied for first in this one.
Of course, you want to see the American.
Well, I would be. Yeah, I guess I have to admit I'd prefer that the Americans win. Maybe Fabiano and Hikaru split everything or something like that. But I think it's really exciting. And of course, the crew, Kevin and Marcus over in London, Tony and Jennifer. We miss her for not being here. Alejandro's a substitute. I didn't say a perfect substitute, but there's no such thing as a perfect substitute, because a perfect substitute, by definition, is an identity. And of course, he's not an identity.
I'm sure he appreciates those warm comments.
I think he does too.
But are you concerned at all by the number of draws that have been in this competition? There's only 4 victories out of 25 games so far.
I have to admit, I'm heavily influenced by the commentaries of all of you folks. So yes, I am. I think this is unusual. I haven't gone back and checked anything, but it'd be interesting to go back at other strong tournaments. Have you had this many draws and so few wins? And I don't know. That might be dispiriting to some of the fans, but as it goes on, the tension builds.
The tension indeed does build. It's almost like a new tournament, 4 rounds to go, and a couple of players, or 3 players, with the lead at the moment. The Sinquefield Cup was exciting for sure. It had a lot more fighting chess than this one. This one so far, anyway, in London. What do you see the future of the tour?
I think that, not saying anything that people don't already know, that 2016 will be the same as 2015, 3 rounds, 3 different locations. Then in 17, I believe we can expand. The 16 calendar is just too busy. 17 will expand it. We have several places around the world that are very interested. And so I think we'll move it up to 5, possibly
5, jump even past,
may go right
past
to
4.
4 or 5, even 6. But then you have to wrestle with the idea that every player should be allowed to be excused from one tournament without penalizing himself. So we'd have to wrestle with that one as well. But I will say the organizers of London Classic, when you look on the screen, it looks like the playing hall is a wonderful facility. They've done a great job over there.
Let me ask you, just going back to that, if you have that many events, do you have any idea where these events might be? Any thoughts as to what the extra tournaments, some discussion around that?
There is some discussion. I don't think I should say, because I'm not sure that part is public. I can say that we have considered a location in Asia and a location in Africa. And
so political.
I know, and this is
PC answer.
Frankly,
we need some details.
all this is due to Gary Kasparov and his influence. And we've got locations where people are interested, and it's entirely self-funded. That's what makes it kind of interesting. It's not a politically correct answer. I'm not a politically correct animal.
Well, the events for the future here at St. Louis, and not now getting away from the Grand Chess Tour, what do you see happening in St. Louis that's going to be new or interesting?
Well, we just had a match recently between Fabiano and Hikaru, and we're still looking for our signature type event. I think the Sinquefield Cup fulfills that in a large way, but it would be nice to get some other events in there. We don't want dead space in the calendar, and I do have some concern that at some point of the year there's too much quietude here in St. Louis.
So make it happen.
That's absolutely right.
Are you going to do something? Yasser versus Alejandro, maybe?
Yeah, but you know what? Yasser, if he does it, he told me he'd play left-handed.
All right, well, always a pleasure to have you on the show, Rex.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for supporting
Thank you.
U.S. chess and world chess. Rex Sinquefield, the founder of the St. Louis Chess Club here, and has changed the world of chess, at least the epicenter of chess in the United States, by bringing chess to the St. Louis area.
Rex, a couple of questions and comments. First, the comment, not only yourself been following events in London closely, so has Jeannie. And
Yes.
the scientist in Jeannie, she sent me an email where she was doing the projection of what would happen right now if all of the games in London would be drawn and who would be the tour winners. So Jeannie has been keeping a watchful eye and is very interested in the action.
Well,
Talk about that for a second.
Yeah, Jeannie's PhD is in sociology, but her real field is demography, which is considered a hard science in the social sciences. And on top of that, she has a master's in statistics. So she's what we refer to friendly as a data freak. She's quite good at manipulating this stuff. And I saw the table of unconditional and conditional outcomes that she developed and sent it to you guys.
Right.
Yeah, she put a lot of work into it. It's well done.
And as far as a signature event is concerned, we saw a photo there, and I thought it was absolutely brilliant. It was Rex Sinquefield versus the 5-year-old. It was a total mismatch from the beginning to the finish, the 5-year-old. So what is it, Rex? Are you going to be taking on 5-year-olds during that lull in the calendar? That looked pretty good.
Well, thank you very much for mentioning that to the entire world, Yasser. Perhaps you'd like to go to the United Nations and give a speech from the podium. Tell everybody about my ability to lose to a 5-and-a-half-year-old girl, who is, in fact, a prodigy's prodigy. She's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
She also beat Tony. Tony's a rated expert, and she beat Tony one game and then had to draw the next game.
Whoa. And it wasn't it the game with her where, as you were making your moves, the 5-and-a-half-year-old looked at you and said, almost half laughing, "You think you're going to get my bishop? No, you're not. I'm going to do this." And Rex is like, "Why am I being punished?"
Yeah, she did. But then she's playing Tony, and he makes a move, and she looks up and says, "Is that all you've got?"
Rough crowd, rough crowd.
This is a 5-and-a-half-year-old. It's a real question whether she's going to make 6 or not.
Thank you, Rex.
Thank
you very
you.
much. Always a surprise here in St. Louis. Something is happening, and I still remember what I thought was an absolutely fabulous event. It was the Kings and Queens tournament. I just thought that that was super special. I'd love to see that one happening again.
That was
also
actually such a good tournament.
It was wonderful.
I was actually here as a substitute. We unfortunately were unable to get Judith Polgar to play in that event. I would have played if Judith was able to make it. Unfortunately, she had some commitment with like the World Cup.
The World Cup. She was making it to the quarterfinals, semifinals, right? This is the 5.5-year-old.
I do want to point out that we said she was a 5-year-old, and Rex did correct us. She's 5.5-year-old.
Yes. Sorry. Yes. Clarification going on there. Now, back to our games. Have we seen some action? It was this move Queen B4 by Alexander Grishuk.
Good time to take a look at the MVL game because we might not see it again.
There might be a repetition. Oops, I haven't got it. There we go.
Right, MVL is trying to think on how can I crack this guy, how can I create anything that'll make him uncomfortable. But let's take a look from the practical point of view. He's down an hour on the clock. Caruana is still in his preparation. The position is objectively equal and with dangers of being worse for white if he's not careful.
Exactly.
I mean, it's hard to blame this guy if he takes a draw here. It's kind of the same situation he had against Geary. Geary was up on the clock so much.
Yes.
And it's a position that clearly, if he started pressing too much as white, black would have ended up being worse, being better. And I think it's the same situation here.
And there's a cute little trap, by the way, in the position that Caruana has set with this move King F6. To an amateur's mind, this check and knight takes B6 might appear very attractive. You're snapping a pawn and in case of a trade, but there is this move Rook D8, and you might suddenly ask yourself, well, where's my knight going?
Right. There might be an easier refutation.
And perhaps even an easier refutation is King E7, simply protecting the knight and making that knight swiping of a pawn unplayable.
King E6 win, though?
And even, and let's go, yeah.
King E6 traps the knight immediately.
Just traps the knight immediately. So it's all wrong. So there is no knight D7 types of checks.
I guess you would have to decide between going for the repetition with knight G4 or going for F4. But
yes,
the problem with F4 is that now you're really weakening your position. G5 at some point might undermine that knight. If the G file becomes open, suddenly your king is not going to be very happy about a bishop on B7 targeting the G2 pawn combined with the power of a rook.
Yes.
So
I don't like F4. That might be a suicide attempt as opposed to a playing for an advantage. So nope, I also would reject that. I think we're going to see a repetition.
I think so too. Well, Maurice has more information for us as we are finishing here the openings in London.
Yes, that position is absolutely uninteresting, but the one the players are playing on the Topalov-Adams board has exploded, and this one is certainly very interesting to look at. We see this pawn wall that Topalov created, a little bit of chipping away going on with the move B6, but Adams, after queen D3, decided, first of all, let's trade on C5, and after B takes C5, let's play E5 and really smash the wall open. In this position, Topalov could have played bishop H2, but he decided to go down with this move, that is, go ahead with the move D takes E5, allowing knight takes C5, and that pawn formation we saw just a second ago, it's gone. Now there's black, the one with a pass pawn on the board, although far away from making any kind of headlines. His knight is under attack, so the queen will have to move. His knight will probably drop back to D7, and a really rich position as the sides have opened up. White has an edge on this side, but it doesn't look as though there's much he can do with that, so I'm surprised Topalov went down this route. In fact, the engines are saying that this position is better for black. Black with the rooks, the passed pawn, and no real danger. It doesn't seem like there's any way for white to make some aggression on this side and make it work. It just doesn't seem possible in the long term. Of course, his knight looks like it will land on D4, so that will be a bit of comfort. But remember, this knight is participating with the other one and keeping these rooks out of the game. So definitely a big change happening in this game. Exploded at 21 moves now. Lots of time on the clock as well. So we should see this one become of real interest. another game of interest is this one between Gristruk and Anand. Yaz, you had mentioned you didn't want to take the pawn. Anand decided, I'm taking it. Let's go. The game gets very imbalanced now. We're anticipating the move queen takes on b7. Yes, this bishop has erupted along this diagonal, but the position is really unbalanced in terms of the pawn formation. Black, having given up this b7 pawn, allowed this pawn on the c7 square to be somewhat backward. Of course, c5 will fix that problem, but it's a sharpening of the game by a long way by Anand. Is complete imbalance in the pawn structure for sure. So this one looks rich. I think Anand is trying to make a jump, and he's decided, let me take on d5 and go ahead with this position. Back to the Magnus Carlsen game. Magnus is busy dominating the dark squares. Of course, his bishop captured on the light square. And we talk about the move bishop takes knight in chess quite a bit on the show. Bishop takes knight is an important move. If you play light square bishop takes knight, that means that you have a predominance of pieces that can control dark squares, that is minor pieces. White has this bishop a little anemic in the position, hoping that these knights don't make any kind of hay in the position. And now bishop to g5 says to this rook, get off the open file. I'm not sure what White has exactly, but White can play slowly and hope that in the long run, some kind of advance on this side will do something in the position. Doesn't look at all clear that it's there, though. So Magnus and Anish in an interesting battle, with the other games still working themselves out. But certainly a sharpening of the opening stage, now the middle game stage, as we watch to see what happens in the next few hours.
All right, thank you, Maurice. I'll come back quickly, Alejandro, to that game between Vesel and Topalov and Mickey Adams.
Definitely the game that's become most unbalanced today.
And sharp, if you will.
Yeah.
The knight jumps to d4, which is ideal. We can imagine some marvelous ideas of knight f5 and bishop takes h6 to make some sacrifices. I think the knight would drop back to e6 just to put a kibosh on any sacrifices against the h6 pawn. The bishop would likely drop back to g3. This isn't the greatest of bishops, by the way, eyeballing that pawn on e5. But maybe on a very good day, f4, f5, get some action going on the king side.
There are some plans, and it becomes a little difficult to find what to do with black. As mentioned, the knight on c3 is really keeping out the rooks. The rook coming to a3 is not something I'm going to be immediately worried about.
Right.
It doesn't seem to really hinder any of my plans or create any big threats. White can even start playing on the queen side with rook fc1. He has both choices of eyeballing either some kind of expansion with the pawns or attacking directly the pawns that you could argue have become weakened by the removal of that pawn formation that White had in the center. So both plans perfectly available for Topalov. The question becomes, what exactly does Adams do in this kind of positions?
Exactly.
It feels like he should have enough dynamic possibilities to keep the balance.
Right.
But I would say he has to be more careful than Topalov.
It's intriguing because so many times if you play the Slav, semi-Slav, you get this position where White plays the move c5, tries to put a clamp, and you aspire for the break e6, e5. In my match with Karpov, I successfully got in the break, and I got an advantage with the black pieces. In this particular case, something about the setup, it's not so easy to move these pawns, or advance the pawns, pardon me. Any c6, c5 move is going to be met with knight takes d5 with a tempo against the bishop on e7. So if those black pawns remain stuck, if you will, on c6 and d5, as you mentioned, you could play rook to c1 to try to attack the c6 pawn, or go with this straightforward plan of f4, f5, which I think is more a Topalov type of headhunting that he enjoys so much. F4, F5, and I think Mickey has some problems that he has to solve. So when we first saw this move E5 shattering White's pawns, we thought that that was the right move, but he may have fallen into a position that is frankly passive, and that's not what you want when you're playing Vesel and Topalov.
Well, there must be some way of making progress here with black. I mean, it seems like your pieces are not badly placed, your structure seems to be some sort of okay. I can't believe that black's really worse here. want to find
right.
something to do for black. Let's go back just one move. I want to see
right,
if
for
knight
sure.
e6 is really the most accurate thing to do in this position.
Exactly.
Because the knight on c5 is not a bad piece, and of course, if you have the plan of playing f4, f5, I'm just kind
Why
of
are
helping
you putting your knight in my upper punch? I get it.
Right. So I'm not so sure. Maybe a move like bishop f8 would make a little more sense.
Okay. So in turn, I'll step back with my bishop. I don't like my bishop standing in front of my pawn, which I'm trying to unleash.
Right. And I'm wondering what to play in this position. There's always ideas of playing f6. I'm not so sure if it would work in such a situation. But tactically, of course, you have to watch out for such moves if you're white.
Yeah, it's just that you're kind of reluctant to create additional weaknesses on the light square, specifically g6 and e6. My gut reaction is it might be your best plan, but you're helping as well. I mean, it's a mutual thing, right?
I don't think I would mind it so much if I was actually weak on g6, but was it Nimzowitsch that said that a weakness is only weak if you can attack it? So you ever heard of that guy?
Yeah. Very dismissive, in fact, of him. But yes.
No, but I feel like, okay, g6 is a little bit of a weakness, and maybe you can even get something with the queen and the knight, but everybody else in your camp seems to be so disconnected with the king side that I feel a little safe.
Yeah, but this is the type of thing, long term, it could come back to haunt you. Maybe in the short term you get away with it.
That being said, on the long term, it's all black. I mean, if I'm able to solve my immediate issues, I do have a passed pawn, I do have the a-file, I do have an e3 weakness to work against. So I think that both players are looking forward to the long term in this kind of position. Maurice, you have some kind of tie break.
Well, I do like black's position there only because I'm not afraid of what white is doing. I don't see where the energy is for white. So I think that Adams has solved most of his problems. It's just an imbalanced position. It's fun to play, and it really just doesn't seem like white knows exactly how to crack the egg, or at least the shell that is black's position. Now, there's another game that we said might be a snooze fest. We were completely wrong, because instead of playing the move knight g4 and repeating, MVL decided, we're not ending so quickly, and boldly surged ahead with f4, and whatever disadvantages are associated with this move, he said forget about them. Maybe he's taking into account the fact that Caruana has not played well in this tournament at all, and has either mismanaged his clock or just played bad positions where he's had advantages, or simply missed winning moves like he did yesterday against Alexander Grischuk. Just stunning for us to see. Take a look at the player's reaction. I wanted to see the moment when he heard about the move queen g6, but he looks pained right there, crushed, frustrated, cannot believe he did not find a simple win. Incredible that he only drew this game.
Can you tell me, did you see the this idea queen g6 after he plays queen c6 check? He played king f8, he plays queen a8. Instead of that, if he had played queen g6, it seems like the game's over there.
What do you mean?
So
at which moment?
Are you aware that you missed queen g6? After queen c6 check, king f8, you played queen a8 check.
I could play queen g6 here?
Yeah, queen g6 is winning by forces queen g3 check, trading into the endgame.
That is very simple.
Indeed, was very simple. We were stunned by these players missing such a basic move. Caruana not on his best game, in his best form. So maybe MVL is thinking, you know what? Let's keep playing a few moves. Don't take any quick draws. If a guy's in bad form, let him commit suicide and just keep the game going. And don't offer him any easy draws anywhere. Even if objectively the position's even, maybe he'll mess up. And Anand is thinking the same. Grischuk's not playing so brilliantly himself. Let's keep that game sharp and interesting and let the player with the finer form potentially win that competition. Of course, Grischuk, we know, is due for some time pressure.
Thank you, Maurice. And for me, actually, the really shocking thing about the event, that game of round 5 between Fabi and Sasha, was the fact that normally, as a grandmaster, you know this feeling so very well, and every experienced player will understand. You make a move that at the time you make it, almost a sixth sense turns on, and you go, oh, I've just blundered, and you see Queen G6. Then you get up from the board to try to not give your opponent a tell that, you know, like suddenly you're horrified about Queen G6. So that was an extremely rare case of mutual blindness, and that was a real shocking one for me, that both players at no time had seen this simple winning move on the spot.
Yeah, it was actually quite surprising that Caruana didn't even really think about the move. It just didn't cross his mind.
Not at all. Talking about games that have been heating up, I'm drawn to the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian. We reached this position after this move, Queen C2, which seems okay. We're just going to prepare, as you said, simply the move E3, E4. Levon, again, took a creative choice. A drop back with a knight on E8. I had been expecting the move H7, H6. He wants to trade light squared bishops and keep the bishop and knight, two knights versus bishop and knight in balance. That in fact did occur. And then the move knight A2. Wow. I'm not sure I get that move at all, frankly, so I'll just leave it at that. Knight A2.
It defends B4.
Yes. Yes, it does. Okay, there you have it. It defends B4, but the invasion of something on B4 is frightening. I do not know. I don't quite get that move. Let me just leave it at that. Knight A2 was played. Knight jumped back to F6. Oftentimes I've seen actually this knight coming to the square D6. Why would you want to put the knight on D6? Well, let me just show you one reason why. Let's just make a few moves for black and white for a moment. These are not the greatest of moves. I do apologize. But then it often happens that the knight on D6 lands as this great blockader standing in front of the D5 pawn. That was not Levon's choice. He did, in fact, play the knight to the other square, F6, Queen C3. So now we understand something about the move knight A2. Hikaru wanted to play the move Queen C3 attacking the A5 pawn. Levon defended the pawn, Rook D2, and now Levon says, okay, I'm ready to make my break, E6, E5.
With a positional threat also now if black is able to get in the move E4 and knight D5.
Precisely. For those of you who know your classics, there was a number of games of Alexander Alekhine where he was black, where he would post up his knight on D5 against a light squared bishop, almost a French defense type of structure, where this pawn on E4 keeps the bishop at bay on G2, and the knight on D5 is a great animal.
Yeah.
And this is a positional advantage, a comfortable positional advantage for the second player. So Hikaru, looking at that, Hikaru will know it very well, in fact, so I would suspect that he would want to capture on E5, drop back with his bishop on G2, and again, this knight on C3 knight on A2, pardon me, is not making any great impressions. Having said that, I still do like this bishop on G2 for the moment.
Well, you can also take here with the queen. We'll have to see if black's able to create enough pressure on the queen side to just keep the bishop at bay. We do have an update with Maurice Ashley. I believe it's on the Anish Giri game.
All right.
Well, I'd like for you guys to come up with some kind of name for this strategy that you're going to see happen in this position between these two players. It's sort of like unwinding something you've wound up already. I don't know how to explain it, but take a look. In this position, Anish Giri, he had put his queen on the B1 square, right? Okay. He moves it back to D1, where it was set up from the very beginning of the game. Now knight to E5. Rook to C1, moving it from this A1 square. Now bishop to G5, chasing the rook away. What was the point of putting it there to have to now put it on B1? Back and forth we go. Now knight to B to D7. Now it's white's turn to move, and the engines are giving the best move as, you guessed it, rook to F1. undoing the rook going to the E1 square, threatening F4, and now in this position, the move bishop back to F6, and one of the top moves that the engine gives right now, bishop to C1. Like, what's going on? He's going to go to E3, of course, and the potential to play with F4. Another possibility was also the move rook to C1 as well. Back and forth we go in this position. Bizarre way to play chess. I don't know what you call this one, but it's like you're sending out the fishing line and then pulling it back and only sending it out again. Very strange sequence of moves possible here in this game.
I like it. I like the move rook F1 and bishop C1. I'm not sure what to call it myself. We'll have to put on our thinking caps and maybe invite our viewers as well to help us with a single word to describe the strategy. But I understand it.
Completely understand it.
I know when I have the two bishops, if I'm seeking to maintain a long-term advantage, I want to keep the two bishops in the position for as long as I can. And this move, bishop C1, I find particularly attractive to reroute the bishop to E3, and then I can bring my rook back to C1. And again, it's all about preservation of the bishops, a fight for squares. I'm not too impressed. I don't think that white has much of an edge, but if there is something in the position, it's the necessity is on white to maintain the two bishops.
Yeah, it seems to me that despite the fact that the moves seem illogical,
you know, like a lot of back and forth.
It does really resemble a lot of Spanish positions in which you do have to go back and forth in order to maximize the potential of your pieces. I mean, we take a look at the Breyer defense, which is one of the most popular ways of playing in the Spanish, and it really involves, before move 10, to put the knight that you developed on C6 back on B8.
And so you can make it more flexible.
It's more flexible. It's just a better piece on D7. Yeah. It's just the nature of how the structure works. Don't be afraid of making backwards moves. I know that when we say in chess that you have to develop and you have to go forward, yes, but at some point, okay, grandmasters know when they have to violate some of these rules.
Yeah, but those principles, again, really are for the opening. The first dozen moves, don't move the same piece twice, thrice, 4 times, that type of thing. But once you get into a middle game, don't be afraid to retreat. And if we look at the position, well, there's some weak squares over here, on, weak dark squares over here on black's king side. So maybe you want to probe them with your bishop, play bishop c1 to h6 and so forth and so on.
Definitely a playable position for both sides. The pair of bishops just gives me a little bit of a hope for a Geary to get something in the situation.
And if there is anything, if there's a little something, it's on white's side of the table. Yeah, having said that, let's go. I'm a little bit surprised. When we saw this move F4, maybe I overreacted and called it a potential suicide attempt. But I really thought that if anything, the position could rebound against white, not because of G7, G6, but because of a G5 undermining move. Very natural move by Fabi to bring his rook to the E file. Rook to G6. Is that really a good move? I would have, if I am in black shoes, I would have probably been far more attracted to the idea of rook E7, rook E8, and playing for the G5 break.
Maybe he was worried about some sort of specifics in the position?
Yes, please. What specifically have I overlooked?
That was a very theoretical question.
It wasn't. I thought it was rhetorical. I'm all ears there, Alejandro. Educate me. You know, what was G6? Maurice, we don't get it.
And neither do the engines. The move G5 was, in fact, the engine's recommended move, and they felt that in this position, after G5, that black was definitely better after the move G5. That is the money move in the position. As I said, Envia might be gambling in this game. Will Caruana maintain his poor form and not find the best moves in the position? And clearly, he has done so with a hyper-passive G6. It is on the engine's mind to play this move, third best choice. Rook E7 was the second best choice in the position, but it was G5 that the engine really liked in this game. Just play it right away with no fear. But Caruana, we've seen this happen. He has not played boldly in his games. it's really unusual to see. So many of his games, it all really started, I believe, in that game against Nakamura when he went up a pawn and just went into a tortoise shell and said, I got the pawn, and I'm not going to do much because I must be winning. And that attitude cost him dearly in that game, a full half point that was simply thrown away. He did also get a great position against Topalov the very next round and then played some, let's just call it putrid chess to throw away his advantage. And then Topalov, who should have won that game to all rights, donated it back with greedily chasing down material. We must admit, Caruana did play fabulously to defend that position and make a draw. But then the very next game as well against Grischuk, the move Queen G6. We should take a look at that position. I have it up here, Queen to G6. This is the position, critical position here, Queen G6. The king is just simply restrained. There's a bishop. The move just jumps out at you. First thing you would look at in this position, Queen G6 is cutting the king off, stopping Queen G3, but mate threats now with Bishop G7 and then pulling the bishop back, mating on the G7 square. For him to miss this move, for Grischuk to miss this move as well, this is a clear indication of the lack of his form here in this competition. So again, G5 was definitely playable. He might have played that in blitz, but he's playing very solid chess right now, slow, unsure of himself, still trying to get his footing. And MVL is saying, you know what? I'm going to take my chances. I'll find something, maybe even take a worse position against you because you're throwing away even easy wins. Let's see what happens when we just continue to keep the action in the game.
Definitely. Yeah, I think Maxime definitely trying to create something against a player that's been weak, I think, in this event. And you can see it with the move G6. He just wants to play solid, neutralize the advantage. He doesn't want to play for the advantage himself. He doesn't want to risk too much. We do have a couple of moves in the Giri game as they follow with the suggestion of Rook F1 and Bishop F6. We'll see if they follow with Bishop C1. I think it's a good time to take a break while we wait for the move.
Alrighty.
And we'll be back with you guys very shortly. Welcome back to the 2015 London Chess Classic. We are here. Round 6 is well underway. Several games building up on tension. Well, let's take a quick look at what's happened while we were on break.
Well, we'll start with the MBL Fabiano Caruana game. This is where we felt that the move F4 was a bit of an overreach by White, MBL, as he's playing for the win against a player who hasn't played very well in this event, but nonetheless undefeated with 5 draws, Fabi. After rook d3, this was a moment where the money move, as Maurice Ashley likes to call them, very key, critical, challenging moves, was the opportunity for Fabi to play g5, and according to the engine, they would like to play black's position. The ultra-conservative g6, but nonetheless still a solid position for Fabi. Rook e1, king dropped back to g7, knight came to e4, which looks very attractive, especially if you can induce black to capture this knight. Then you would follow it up with a rook d7 check. All Fabi did was to defend the knight on d6. He's ready to trade the knights, but only on his terms, which would be the undoubling of his pawns. The thing that attracts me to this line for White for just a second is, at least with the rook on d3, you always have to think that, well, maybe one day I'll have the move rook b3. So just to continue the line for a moment, if we were to see something like trades, we do have a tempo in the position against the pawn on d6, and we are aspiring for this opportunity to play rook b3. So things are happening just
actually,
below the surface.
Maxime played a pretty hot move, I think.
Yeah, he did. What did he do instead?
He played rook e d1.
Whoa. Now that is definitely upping the ante in a major, major way. Rook e1 to d1, doubling up the pressure against the knight on d6, but causing us to ask the question, well, if we do take the knight, I can, I don't really have a very good square for my king, do I?
No, let's go through some variations. I mean, king h6
walks in. Well, first of all, there might simply be a mate, and in fact, no, there isn't. But there is a fork. There is a fork, knight f7, check, king h6, and not only have I won material, but I'm simply threatening mate.
And so, instead of that knight if you go king g7.
Pardon me? Oh, pardon me. After, this check, if you go back.
Then simply knight g5, I believe, wins. Again, a full rook.
A full rook. Not to mention, I can just happily take this rook.
Probably so.
And take this pawn. C7. And thanks to the double threat of capturing the bishop on b7 as well as rook d8 mate.
It looks pretty bad for black.
That knight may simply be
untouchable.
Untouchable.
Right. There's too many threats, it looks like. I don't want to put my king on the 8th rank. It just shuts out the rook, and there's so many tactical difficulties.
Fabi may simply have missed this move. Maybe he
has to defend the knight, because I am threatening to just take a pawn.
Correct. But now
perhaps
can I do something as mundane as grabbing a pawn?
You could, although I mean,
I sure like to keep the pressure.
Well, perhaps he has to take with the something rook.
Something.
I'm not so sure which one though.
Let's get out of a pin.
But okay, let's go back to the same kind of
ideas that we saw previously. Just going for
a pawn.
A pawn.
I mean, I understand that after d5, knight takes b6. My knight is not in a great place. You get rook e2, which seems like it's quite a bit of counterplay. Perhaps this is the best that Caruana can hope for?
Yes, and in which case I think he's suffering. I do agree the knight on b6 for the moment is no great shakes, but
it might actually be okay for black, because when you think about it, d4 and c5 is coming, g2 will be very weak.
That is true.
That might not be so easy. Well,
but
some
still,
things are
it's
happening.
heating up. That's very
happening.
Nice. That's very nice. I like that.
Yeah, we actually have a guest with us in the studio that is with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we're with Ryan Chester, the club manager here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Ryan, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I know a lot of things are happening all the time here at the club. They keep you busy.
They do.
Tell us about, first of all, a new initiative here with Ladies Night. We know the World Chess Hall of Fame is doing an exhibition called Ladies Night with a K, but you actually do have chess lessons taking place here for ladies to promote women in chess.
Yes, we do. We have a new weekly class that's just for women in chess to come, so that when they're here experiencing the Hall of Fame and they see the art, they can come over here and then learn in kind of a situation where it's just women. It's a women grandmaster teaching, so it makes newcomers to chess feel more comfortable in that situation.
Do you feel the need to promote women and young girls in chess here in St. Louis?
Absolutely. It's interesting. I teach in a lot of the schools too, and there's women, or girls I should say, in K through 5. Some of the classes are more girls than guys. And then all of a sudden in 5th, 6th grade it drops off and changes dramatically. So we want to try to bring them back in.
We do see that quite a bit. Yeah. I was able to visit some of those schools yesterday while these guys were lazy on the off day, sleeping in. I was at some of those schools. I was at Hazelwood High School and Bermuda Elementary and Normandy Middle School. And there were pretty good representation among the girls, even at the high school level. I saw that was kind of nice, but they had a very progressive high school program there. What is it like teaching chess? You are a teacher yourself, as you mentioned. What is it like teaching chess here in St. Louis?
Teaching chess in St. Louis is awesome. It's a very unique experience. You go into the classroom and you don't know what to expect the first time, but kids are so eager to learn. They want to be there. They're smart. They're intelligent. They ask good questions, and it's just that you leave feeling like, on cloud nine, because it's been a great experience teaching these kids chess.
Yeah, it's wonderful for me as a chess teacher for many years myself. The club, managing the club must be an interesting experience when you're doing all those things and then all of a sudden something like the Sinquefield Cup shows up.
Right.
What are the challenges when that happens?
It's awesome because it's busy the entire time, so you're always on your feet, you're always on the go, and it's, at the moment's notice you have to go and drive down to the Chase Park Plaza to help one of the players who forgot their shoes or got hurt and need help carrying stuff down. It's just, you have to constantly be on your best, on point, I should say.
Yeah, anything can happen here.
Right.
Forgetting my shoes.
That's You'd be surprised.
Yeah, I'd be a new one. Well, Ryan, thank you so much. I know there's a lot of work you do here. Great work taking care of the club, and keep it up.
Awesome, thanks.
Ryan Chester, the club manager here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Never a dull moment here in St. Louis.
Hold on, I got a question for Ryan. I'm going to put him under the microscope for a second. Okay. All of us have been on the rotation of the Grandmaster in residence rotation, and we've lectured for club players, strong players, coaching, universities, kids, and ladies. And for the ladies' chess class, how come they get the wine and the cheese? We never got the wine and the
cigars
cheese.
And brandy for our cigars and whiskey for the guys, but we'll see.
Okay.
I don't know, but it's been working. It's one of our best attended classes. So
I can see why. I can see why. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at this game. For example, the game between Fabi and Maxime. Even as, and I really do like this move, Rook E1 D1, keeping this knight, offering this knight. I'm thinking, how, if I were white, could I increase the pressure? Could I ramp it up? And the move I have in mind, and I'm wondering what you think about this one, is to play the move C4. Okay, this is a little bit off-putting for black, because if I can get in the move C4, C5, I'm gold. That's really nice. I feel like I'm provoking the move C5, and now this funny and paradoxical retreat with the knight to C3 in order to go to this B5 square, where from B5 I can tenderize the pawn on C7. Is this, am I increasing my advantage, or what's your gut feel there?
My gut feels that you're giving me too much room to breathe. Here, for example, let me play Rook F8, start harassing your own pawns.
Aha.
And I feel,
nice, quick.
Okay, now my bishop on C8.
Is that B7?
B7, sorry.
Is actually working.
Yes.
Yes. And but if I can just continue the line for a moment, I'll go knight to B5. So I want to capture this pawn on C7 with a tempo.
All right, tactically, is there any problem with me taking on F4?
Rook takes f4. Knight takes c7. Rook takes e5. And I'm falling on my own sword, perhaps, because, again, this bishop. Is really eyeballing.
It's not so clear yet.
Not so clear at all.
I still have to find a move.
I feel I don't have the control that I was really seeking when I started this whole maneuver.
Pretty unclear, though I have the feeling that after rook takes c4, somehow black should be okay.
Rook takes c4, somehow black should be okay. I do too.
Yeah.
I'm not impressed by my own play here. I mean, it's still a complicated line. There, the pawn on b6 is hanging. There's checks with the knight that could stir up some trouble, but it feels
doesn't feel like,
like I lost a little bit of the control.
Right.
So optically, c4 might look good. I guess it's just not getting me anywhere. Maurice, can MVL turn the screws?
Well, the Indians are not that impressed right now. They think that black is worse, but nothing particularly dramatic just yet, as black is solid holding the position. But I have to tell you guys, it feels like we have come to play the London Chess Classic finally on all 5 boards. Fascinating positions, great play, great form. These are the guys that we're used to watching play top-level chess. This round looks very clean so far. Despite a couple of off moves, maybe Caruana could have played that g5 move, but still, they're playing some good chess today. Take a look at this game between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. This one got funky for a moment here. In this position after bishop to f6, rook to c1. We saw the bishop could have gone to c1, but instead he chose to play rook to c1. And after queen b6, he dropped his bishop back to b1. Did Giri and Magnus jumped ahead with this move. Bishop takes, rook takes and bishop takes on c1. And now there's some ideas. One thing that certainly looks scintillating is queen takes d4 out of nowhere. Well, of course, knight f3 check followed by bishop takes would have led to an interesting position. Is white better here with the 2 bishops, the weird pawn structure, this d6 pawn? The Indians think that it's white for choice here, although my immediate feeling is that black should be fine. That said, that was not played after bishop c1. He instead played the move knight to d3, interfering with the defense of this knight on d4 and also hitting the bishop on c1. Queen takes d3, bishop takes on d4. Now a great diagonal for this bishop. The knight preparing to go into e5. Bishop to h6 is now on the board, and Magnus has played rook to c8, and the Indian suggested queen d2. However, queen e2 was the move that Giri played. Now, we should point out, the Indians also think that the move king h1 was interesting. Giving up this pawn, well, I don't think so. This is a pawn he would not want to nibble on after queen f3, hitting the bishop and the pawn on f7. That's going to be lights out. But his move was not very sharp. Instead, avoiding rook c3, he played very safely with queen to e2. Not a necessary move here. Still, there were no big advantages for him anyway, no matter what he did. So that position is super interesting. Take a look at another really interesting position. Way back here, we saw queen b4, knight takes, queen takes, and this position transformed after knight to d2, knight to b6, somewhat burying this queen, queen a6, and then d5, rook ac1, f4. Anand surging to the attack with this move, looking to try to get something against Grischuk and put himself in a great position in the tournament. So another dynamic position, and another one. Veselin Topalov against Michael Adams, mass trades after rook fc1. The Indians didn't think you had to trade here, but Adams did play bishop c5, and after king h2, the key move, bishop takes knight, trading off his bishop, and now playing knight to f8. The Indians like queen e8 here, but the rooks, white not making too much progress. He has the extra pawn on this side, but he's not necessarily going anywhere, so the Indians think this is fine. For black, maybe not the most accurate play by pulling the knight back, but rich positions everywhere. Everywhere you look, on every board. In fact, the only board that's somewhat solid-ish, if you will, is this one. And even here, somebody's arguing for an advantage. Is it white with the 2 rooks and the very strong knight here, or black saying your position is going nowhere with your weak queenside pawns? Every single board interesting and something for us to chew on. This is what we were waiting on, guys, when we came to do commentary on the Classic, the way these top players are used to playing.
Thank you, Maurice. Absolutely the case. It's so nice to see games that have so much flavor or so much content to them. I'm looking at, in particular, the game of Veselin Topalov and Mickey Adams. We've just seen this move knight f8. I can't, as desirable as it would be, to capture this pawn on d5 and take advantage. I feel, oops, instead I've walked into a pin myself. But that begs the question, what about the move knight to b5, attacking the rook, taking advantage of the pin pawn? On a good day, we definitely want to play knight to d6 and utilize the doubled f-pawn. I was just looking at the position after knight b5, rook on a7 attacks white's queen. We drop back with the queen to the e3 square, making both the d4 as well as the d6 squares available. And really, I mean, whoever has an advantage in the next move or two, it's a critical moment here. Overall, I feel that black should be solid enough, but he just has to be very careful. Your thoughts here, Alejandro, as I feel that there's a brewing initiative, but maybe maybe black can tap it down some with some precise moves. I just don't see what they are at the moment.
Well, black has to be very careful, as you said. I mean, this knight d4 move is quite a threat. f5 is coming. There has to be some kind of defense for black not to fall into a worse position.
Right. I'm thinking queen d7, making me choose a square. I'd like the more aggressive option in this case, putting my knight on d6. I'm aspiring to ideas of rook b7 and f5, so maybe I've chosen a bad square for the queen, yeah?
Why are you... I think that in this kind of positions, if you're going to go knight d6 anyway, I'll just wait for you to play it.
Fair enough.
I mean, I have something like maybe knight g6.
Right, knight g6, because...
Hold on. Yeah, knight g6 should be okay.
Knight g6 should be okay. All right, well, let me in for a penny, in for a pound.
And I was kind of hoping that I could play queen e6 in this position and to attack your pawns.
Queen e6. So this pawn on f4 is under assault in two ways. I can get this pawn. Well, things definitely getting exciting over here.
Unclear, right? Because I think that after rook takes c6, knight takes f4, you're just kind of pinning yourself.
Well, I'm more... Well...
And queen g6 is a threat.
That's right. This queen can... I was about to say, I'm more afraid of this move, queen g6, than I was of walking into a pin. Very, very sharp position, nonetheless. I mean, everything hinges on a tempo, doesn't it? Rook c7.
Knight takes g2.
Woo! Snap. Knight takes g2. And the idea is king takes g2, rook...
Queen g6?
Oh, there's a rook hanging on b1. Ouch. That would not work. Ooh. Ouch.
There are some threats here, after all. After knight takes f4.
And the knight takes f4 is big. Is there something I could have done if I go the other route? If I go knight d4?
Yeah, this is why I wanted to keep my queen on c8. I was hoping to play c5.
C5.
That might be okay or not?
I don't know. Let me go g6 for just a second.
I guess Maurice will have
It's
more insight.
Sure.
I think knight h4
Tactically,
is a very complicated position.
Yeah, it could blow up very, very quickly. Maurice.
I just want to turn your attention very quickly to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The players repeated moves here. Remember, we were liking White so much. White played the move knight to g5, and after rook to e7, he dropped his knight back to e4, and now rook back to e6, just gaining a couple of moves, a couple of minutes on the clock. MVL, we should point out, is down to only 23 minutes on the clock with 12 moves to go. Fabiano Caruana with an hour and 11 minutes. So a lot of time advantage for black, despite having the worst position. The key thing here is that the engines can't find any way to break in. The move they're suggesting, h5 f3 to h4 with an h6 as a response. The other possibility is to move g3. Basically, nothing at all to do. Maybe bring the king up a little bit. Very slow play in the position. We have to be careful, of course, how you do that. Not too much of an edge for white here, and MVL has to be careful because of his time pressure. Meantime, Magnus and the youngster Anish Giri, g3, sorry, in this position after queen e2, knight to f8, reposting the knight. The knight did not have a durable square on e5 because of the potential for f4, so he put it on f8, and after g3, put his knight on the e6 square, and now king to g2, and clearly his intentions are to slow build and attack with the move f4. He has to be a little bit careful about his bishop guards the c2 square. So what kind of energy can he get going forward? Well, Magnus doesn't want to know. So he played his bishop back to g7, offering a trade. The Indians give either taking or bishop e3. This pawn on d6, as the game progresses, is slowly becoming more and more important, that it cannot go anywhere, and rook to d1 will eventually happen. In fact, the Indians think that this move is interesting. Bishop takes on g7 to play for rook to d1. Even bishop e3, this interesting sequence, to take on d4, and then queen d4 as opposed to knight d4, rook d1 with energy down the d line. There must be something just small for white, but it looks like it's happening in that game. Magnus is going to have to be careful. But you've got to look at this one. This just looks exciting. This is what we like to see, a big attack. After f4, black had to face knight f3. Anand said, sure, queen f6. What is your queen doing on a6? Far away from the action, while white prepares to, while black prepares to storm down the board with potential moves. This rook might end up on the e file, or maybe even this rook. But there's pressure happening with potential for e4 in the position. So this one very exciting. And let us add the small note, Grischuk with only 28 minutes left on the clock to play 22 moves. You don't want to defend this against Anand with only 22 minutes on the clock. And Grischuk has tried to bring his queen back with the move queen to a5. Anand just needs to find a couple of complex moves. His opponent will have only 10 minutes left with maybe 15, 20 moves to go.
Wow, definitely heating up all across the board. I love it as well. We've been waiting this since round one, and finally we've got some really good games to sink our teeth into. Having said all of that about Vichy's build-up, is it really, is it just optical or is it serious? You know, we've all played fianchetto positions, and we appreciate it's not so easy to break down that fortress. And if you miss your mark, there are some weaknesses in black's camp, this a7 and c6 pawn, that may come back down the road. Maybe it's a long time down the road, but you know, if you miss your target as black, it's not just play on one goal.
Not at all, and the fact that black structure on the queen side is weak, also the knight on b6 doesn't create a great impression.
Right, put it on g4, give the attack even greater velocity, greater energy, and I think you got something at the moment. I think Grischuk is okay, but having said that, time trouble is key. Maurice.
Well, in that game that looked so exciting, first it looked like it might be equal, then it looked like it would be exciting and advantage for white, but now MVL has repeated the move knight g5 yet again, not taking any chances, it seems, in this position, given that is got that big time deficit. And after rook to e7, we're waiting now for his intention to possibly play knight to e4 and be able to call a threefold repetition and just take the draw and get out of there with half a point, which would keep him would actually put him in first place, clear another half point, while his rivals Nakamura and Giri look to see if they can get a half point or even a full point in that game. This moment in the Anand game, Anand played the move king to h8. King over to h8, getting off the long diagonal, a bit of a tepid move. The Indians, though, like a move that maybe he plans to play. Check this out. g5, Indians' first choice. g5 in the position, just storming down with pawns. Maybe Anand decided to move his king off the line in anticipation of the move g5. Rook f7 was another move with the point of playing g5. In g5 position, guess what the Indians give? Take on f4, take on f4, and now king to h1. King H8 is the next move, and it looks as though this game has ended in a repetition. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave seems quite pleased with the result, just getting a draw and moving step by step forward to the final score. He has 3 more games to go. Can't say that I'm that thrilled with the way this game ended, given that he had seemingly had some kind of build-up, but he decided there was not much to play for. And the Indians agree. There was nothing specific at all for White in that game. So that game ended in a 3-4 repetition. Once again, though, we have this exciting position. G5 could have been played, but is King H8 a prelude to that crazy move? We'll see in just a few minutes.
Thank you. And it's annoying, I think, actually, for MVL because he showed that he was willing to try to take some risk.
He went in with a fighting spirit, yeah.
Yeah, he played this very cool-looking move, rook on E1 to D1. Probably got himself very excited because it looks like a very nice move, but had to come to the realization he really didn't have much. Again, one of those optical illusions, visual illusions that you think that White's doing very well when, in fact, Black is still very solid.
Yeah, absolutely. It seemed like such a strong move, creating some pressure on the D6 knight, which couldn't move. But at the end of the day, Black is just too solid. He was threatening to actually liberate that bishop he had on B7.
Right.
And he just didn't see any reason to continue the game. And I think it was probably a good time to...
And going to a game that is actually, I find, a bit mystifying myself, trying to understand the subtleties of the position is between Hikaru Nakamura, one of our current co-leaders, and Levon Aronian. A very important match, of course, for the tour standings,
right,
as these two players are very, very close to the top. We've just seen this move B7, B6 by Levon.
And we have a few moves after that, actually.
And what happened after
Knight
that?
D3 was played.
Knight D3, so attacks the rook and unleashes an attack against C6, but there's a move Rook D8. Was that played?
Rook D8 was played.
Exactly. That was the move I thought. Now White has to be careful because he's in a bit of a awkward pin, and then it continued.
Rook takes C6.
Right. No choice in the matter.
And then Aronian quickly played the move Knight E6.
Exactly.
With a strong threat.
The move I was looking forward to for Levon, that he will be trying to play Knight C5, taking advantage of this very important pin down the file. Now then, how will Levon continue? Because after a move like King G2, there is a threat of now capturing the rook, as rook takes D1 would no longer be with check. I was thinking rook B3. I was looking at this, rook B3.
Knight C1 is not possible.
Knight
C1 actually
is
possible, but loses the... No, okay, Knight C1?
I think Knight C1. Actually, the move I wanted to say is you don't want to play rook C3 because I think this knight ending is actually very favorable for Black.
Oh, it looks horrible for White.
Yeah. Exactly. After these trades, we know in knight endings the strongest passed pawns are the ones that are on the extreme edges of the board, meaning the A and H file. Black would have, I think, a winning game.
Yes.
So this is something that
you don't want to see.
Hikaru would definitely want to avoid, but he can avoid it with the move Knight C1.
Yeah, Knight C1 seems to still hold tactically. I don't see anything.
That looks just great, actually. So,
well, let me see Knight C1, and the point is that you cannot take on B2.
Oh,
unfortunately for Aronian.
Because there is a back rank problem that Black has.
Yeah.
After
and
this.
I mean, you might be able to hold even this position, but it looks quite unpleasant.
But now it's favorable for White.
Yes.
You play a move like rook D2, the knight comes, and in this particular setup, this majority is really held by the A4 pawn as well as, and White's for choice.
Though, to be fair, it probably should be holdable, I think.
Right.
With good play.
But still...
It's still not a perfect solution. I'm thinking that Aronian must have a better idea.
Exactly.
Against King G2.
So let's go back to where we currently stand. Rook takes C6, Knight E6. We're expecting... Has he played S8 King G2 yet?
No, we're still waiting on his move. He has several options, actually.
Really? The other option that you see in the position?
Well, he could move the rook back to c1, for example.
Rook back to c1.
He could also
compelling me to take this pawn.
Is it too crazy? Yeah, it's too
Excuse me.
crazy. I won't say it, but I wanted to take on b4. No, but that's
too crazy.
That's too crazy. You get 3 pawns for the piece. But
Yeah, but the knight.
The knight's too powerful.
The knight. Pieces are still pieces.
Yes.
So, yes, you could potentially play rook c1, but then after rook takes, you don't have that grip on the queen side. Black still
looks good.
Looks okay. The likelihood is a draw, but all 3 results possible.
Right.
Maurice.
Engine saying black is perfectly fine here. Nothing for white to do. King g2 is best met by knight to c5, attacking the knight one more time and just kicking the legs out of white's position, from under white's position. Knight takes b4 is answered by rook takes, and suddenly this knight has nowhere to go. Knight c2 being the best choice, but now rook to d2, and pawns are hanging, knight's hanging. Black's just good. But in another game, the shuffle game, I'm calling it for now, this position here after the move, queen to b1. We saw these moves, queen b1, g6, h3, trading off. And after this trade, we saw the shuffle from b1 back to d1. And after knight e5, rook to c1. He was chased off the c1 square. He shuffled over to b1. Knight b d7. This rook was on e1. Shuffled over back home to f1. And after bishop f6, hey, let's keep doing the shuffle. Rook over to c1 in the position. Queen b6. Let's drop the bishop back. And after a couple of trades, we saw this maneuver by Magnus, but not impressed was the youngster. He played bishop h6. And after rook c8, the queen drops back yet again. Queen e2, knight f8, g3, a couple of solid moves. And after the bishop attacked this bishop on h6, we still doing the shuffle. Bishop back to e3, and it's not over yet because after bishop d4, hey, we're backing up yet again. Dancing around back and forth, forward and backward is Geary, and the engines are saying he has outplayed Magnus so far. Magnus decided to do his own version of the shuffle, bringing the queen back to d8, but the engines like white here, either f4, rook to d1. It's not real improvement for black, this position, and slowly but surely, these 2 bishops are on the board, and that's a permanent feature of the position. Moves like a4 will come in later. A bishop could land on d3, but for now, it's hiding away from this knight being able to attack it. So an interesting position where white has the 2 bishops, the better pawn formation. In black having more pawn islands, has to be careful to be sure, and possible initiative. Black has initiative nowhere at all. So Geary, give it up to him for playing this position so far. It looks as though he's slowly outplaying Magnus, proving once again why he's never lost to Magnus. He may be a very difficult opponent for Magnus, and if he wins today, people will be absolutely saying, this is the young man. Already we know he's a strong player, but be saying, man, if he's got an edge on the world champion already and wins again, and he's only all of what, 20 years old? Potential future challenger to the title, to be sure.
Thank you, Maurice. No question that Anish is emerging more and more as a very, very serious rival to Magnus.
Right, young man, one of the few players that's actually crossed 2,800 on the live rating list.
And as well as having a plus score against the world champion. Big development, actually, I feel, in between Sasha and Vichy. There was this move, bishop g4 by Vichy, and Maurice had been mentioning that the computer has been drumming for g5, g4. And I'm not sure I like this move, bishop g4, because now after queen drop back to the c3 square, the threats to both e5 as well as c6 pawn, I think, compel Vichy to give up his bishop, and that's not...
Yeah, but Vichy will never play that.
Okay, what's the other option
it must
then?
be e4.
E4, deep breath.
I mean, you don't play bishop g4.
Exactly, but wait a minute. Aren't we pitching material now after something like queen takes?
Let's take a look. Rook takes f6 looks forced.
Rook takes f6. Oh, geez, what am I? Okay, a little bit tiredness on my end. I just thought knight e5 forks bishop and pawn, forgetting about my e2 pawn. That being the case, I suppose, I'm not sure whether I should trade on e4 or not.
Let me hold you on that variation.
Please.
We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with Jennifer Shahade in London.
Lovely.
All right, today we're here with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You just drew your game against Fabiano Caruana. It seemed like you had some pressure. What do you think your best chance was?
Well, I mean, I was not really happy with the outcome of the opening. I knew it was, I mean, it should be, it looks really better for white, but in fact it was not so easy. I mean, he's very solid, and I mean, things can go wrong very quickly if he gets any sort of counterplay with his bishop. So I don't know if I had something tangible at the end. I mean, probably there, it looks very promising, but I couldn't find anything. And well, I mean, I saw I was getting low on time. I was a bit concerned, so I prefer to force a draw.
So, question of the day: if you won a bet and you were able to spend 1 hour with the laptop of one of the players in the tournament, who would you pick?
Oh. Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, a laptop where they kept all their analysis, because, I mean, it's not so clear normally. But, you know, I doubt I would take mine. I mean, if I was one of my opponents. But at the moment, Anish computer sounds quite fine.
All right. Well, thank you, and good luck in the rest of your games. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave tied for first in the Grand Chess Tour. Draw today against Fabi Caruana.
A provocative question, to be sure. I think my answer would be instantly Vichy, because that man has been involved with computers very, very early, and if anybody over the decades has developed an extraordinarily rich database of opening ideas, I think it's got to be Vichy's.
I think Vichy would be for choice for me as well. He's one of the best prepared.
Yes. And Maurice, coming to you, we have developments.
Yes, I would agree as well. Instantly, it would be Vishwanathan Anand, but you would not want to take his position now on the board, according to the engines, because after queen takes f6, rook takes f6, and the move knight to d4, as played by Grishuk, the perfect moves as far as the engine's concerned. Now there's pressure all over the place. The c6 pawn's under attack, the e4 pawn is under attack, and Vichy's going to have to work very hard to figure out how to save everything. There are critical lines to look at. E takes d3 to save one, and then to play rook to c8. But this knight looks really anemic. White can play with rook to e1, and you know who's for choice here. There's no question about it. This is White's game to win. However, there's another move after knight d4 that Grishuk had to look at, and no doubt Anand is looking at the move f3. Does this do anything after ef3, ef3, and now bishop to h1? This bishop is at an anemic piece on the h1 square, despite the pressure after rook to c8. White can continue with rook to e1, but also has another move. But let's start with rook e1. b4 is also very interesting first, forcing a6. And here the engine's saying black's the one who's actually frozen. Why? Because this piece is so active. It turns out this piece is very active, and white can always play the move h3 and break this bind. h3, the bishop drops back, g4, and if you take on h3, then he just takes on f3, so white has everything. White just simply has everything in this position. It seems that black is in deep trouble. The way Vichy handled this with bishop to g4, he had to take on f3 according to the engine. They did not like the move bishop g4 at all. That was not the choice. g5 would have been more to the point. Bishop to g4 has allowed this really anemic position for him, and it looks like he's in a lot of trouble, and Grishuk has strolled away from the board, as is his wont, but he has good reason to do so. Meantime, Giri has made a very strange decision in his game against Magnus after queen d8. He offered a trade of rooks. Very bizarre idea here, given that his rook was one of the most useful pieces in the position to attack down the line, either on the D file or even on the F file. He offered a trade of rooks, and instantly the engines go 000 in this line and say, why are you playing like this? This is nothing now. It's just the two bishops, but this knight is on a very secure square, and it's a lot harder to attack this pawn now that he's traded rooks. So it looks like Magnus is out of the woods in terms of the real trouble he had in this position. All to play for now it's the position that's looking much more drawish.
Well, we have
strangest commentator code for bad. Go ahead.
We have Jennifer Shahade with Fabiano Caruana from London.
I'm with Fabiano Caruana, who just drew against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It seemed like there was a little bit of pressure. Did you feel any of it?
I think I analyzed his position or something very similar quite a while ago. Actually, I decided to play b6 over the board. I didn't expect him to go for the ending. And I was a bit worse, but I didn't see anything clear for him.
So are you satisfied with today's result then?
I mean, I'm playing the Berlin or anti-Berlin in every game and making a draw in every game, so I could have done something more exciting, but a draw is a decent result.
Did you do anything fun on the rest day?
Yeah, we went to see a movie at Leicester Square, and so we went to Piccadilly and walked for about an hour or maybe an hour and a half. Basically spent the entire day out.
What movie?
Sicario.
Okay. So question of the day.
Well,
we apologize. We lost the audio there for a moment. Just when we were about to get the question of the day, and whose laptop would you like to possess for 1 hour?
I actually would think MVL is also a good choice. The guy works really, really hard.
And yet he told the world that he didn't think anybody would choose him.
I thought he said the opposite, actually. That he said that they would choose
Well,
him.
then I missed it completely. He's so self-deprecating. I was sure he was mentioning that nobody will choose my laptop.
This idea of Anish Giri, I mean, it is really, really strange because it seemed like White's advantage hinged on keeping those pieces alive.
Right.
And I can understand how he's trying to use his pair of bishops to attack on the queen side with a4.
Right, and in fact, I thought that we talked about the preservation of bishops at length, but it's also about the preservation of rooks. On the one hand, White does have attacking ideas of f4, f5, where the rook on f1 is very useful. The rook on c8, all the business squares are protected by White's bishops. Another approach, which I actually thought was 100% on-ish, was just improving the rook and eyeballing this d6 pawn later. In other words, the rook is actually having the rooks on the board favors White. And finally, a move that I'm sure Bent Larson would have appreciated very much, just playing for h4 and h5 and possibly opening up the h-file, or just planting a pawn on h6 for long-term
It seems like there was a lot of things to do before trading the rooks, which is something that honestly Anish could have done any time he felt like it. If he felt like trading rooks 20 moves from now, he was able to trade the rooks. Black's c8 rook was never going to penetrate down the c-file. It was never going to really create any kind of harm. I'm actually very surprised that he went for this option.
Right, surprised, strange move, poor decision. I'm sorry, that was just poor decision. And Anish is a great player, but sometimes you just come into the board and you pick up the wrong approach and you can't get off of it. Having said that, the reason why I think the trade of rooks is so favorable for Black is now he doesn't have to worry ever about the d6 pawn. It's so easy to protect the d6 pawn that there's not much in it now for White. The other thing is this bishop on b1. Maybe Anish felt that in such positions he was going to get in this a2, a4, and in case, well, let's just do it, right?
Yeah.
In case was it done?
Yes.
And maybe in Anish's mind he saw this opportunity to play a4, felt that his bishop would at last become, you know, a really powerful bishop on this diagonal. Having said that, I agree the bishop is very good on d5. Wouldn't it be great if White had a rook to help, you know, supporting actor, right? To put some more pressure.
It doesn't seem sufficient with only the good bishop. It feels like he really needs that backup.
He's run out of firewood a bit.
Black has a really annoying pressure here with the bishop on d4 and the queen on f6.
Right, keeping you honestly tied down to f2, so there's no real threats of capturing. And by the way, just an alert that if you do overlook something, the knight could cause some troubles by jumping to the d3 or e4 square.
Right, a knight c5 was actually played, so...
Excuse me.
I'm not so sure that...
After a4, no trade.
No, trade, and...
there was a trade. Yes, knight c5.
And I'm not actually sure that bishop a2, knight d3 is a problem because you still have bishop
e3, but there is knight e4.
But knight takes e4 seems to just win a pawn.
Much more of a problem than that. So probably after knight c5, white might find himself
compelled to defend the pawn.
With bishop c2.
Didn't seem to be the idea.
Not when you traded the rooks, right?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still play a5 instead, but now suddenly the pawn being on a dark square.
Yeah. Again, I don't see this as what Anish was intending when he traded the rooks. Yeah,
it doesn't look better. And black can even start thinking about it, playing for an advantage. If I somehow manage to trade off the dark squared bishops, maybe I can do something with a powerful knight. The bishop on c2 doesn't make a great impression.
Let me play it the bold or the most aggressive way to try to justify, if possible, if at all possible,
right,
to
but
justify.
Still after bishop c3.
Right, bishop c3.
I'm feeling good about black.
Understood. I definitely get it.
Right. You want to...
I don't know what I want, frankly.
I think you want to give me a free pawn.
Yes, well, normally I don't want to give free pawns away. I was wondering if I can undermine you somehow with, I don't know, moves like queen. On a good day, I'm trying to get everything, but that requires you to do nothing. Well, and I don't know if it's an overreach on Anish's side to try to do something like this.
It doesn't seem that promising, to be honest. Even in many situations, black can simply ditch the d6 pawn to exchange queens, and those endgames. I mean, even the 4 versus 3 endgame is a draw.
Yes.
Let alone
what you're suggesting is even if you do end up returning a pawn, then with just everything on one side of the board, the draw is highly probable. Maurice.
Well, I don't know what Anand is doing in his game. He just seems to go from bad to worse. And we do have this endgame after f3. We mentioned this position, knight to d4, his position under heavy pressure, f3, e takes f3, e takes f3, bishop to h1. This bishop is temporarily on that square because h3 will definitely be able to bring it out of the corner. But in the meantime, the c6 pawn is hanging. And if you protect it with rook to c8, then rook to e1, look at white's position. I mean, the knight is gorgeous. The 2 rooks, beautiful. Like I said, h3 can come at any time. He could also play for b4 as well. Let's say king to g8. The move b4 is possible. Looking to make progress here, creating a bind. I mean, just an awesome position for white. Very naturally so. The dark squares under full control. And at any moment, the h3 move to be played. It just looks like a grand advantage. The Indians are already giving white a pawn lead, as though he's already won a pawn in the position. So this one just looks terrible. I mean, just looks like an awful position for black. Anand, I think, played a bit too aggressively, and he is taking it on the chin at the moment.
Something I really hate, Yasser, is when I make a move that slightly improves my position, and then I have to take it back because instead of improving my position, it made it worse.
Yes.
I wanted to look at this rook e1 move by Grischuk after rook c8, which was mentioned by
rook
Maurice.
c8, rook e1, yes.
And I was wondering, why can't I just go c5, forgetting completely that black actually grabbed this king, put it on h8 because it was safer, quote.
Right.
And you can't play c5 at all because I just have a back rank threat.
Right. So just to illustrate the problem,
I think you can just take on c5.
Yeah, the move. Oh, even simpler. Yeah, I was just going to say that you can't. There's no threat to take on d4 because there's a trade of rooks, and then there's checkmate. But simplest of all is rook takes c5, and that's a very embarrassing moment.
Right. That's just much better.
Thanks to the back rank mate. This vestige of an attack, this pawn on f3, really does remind me of how many times my opponent has, gone after my king, and at the end, once the queens get traded, there's no attack against white's king side, and guess what? It's a wasteland. It's just a barren wasteland, and black is in deep trouble.
I gotta admit, this is my favorite way of winning. When you just
Yeah,
maneuver your pieces, your opponent is very aggressive, and you just collect their pawns later.
well, in boxing, it's the rope-a-dope, and in chess, we know the rope-a-dope because so many times we've won games when our opponents are simply overextended, and this looks like a terrible overextension. And of all people on the planet, Vichy knows it so very well himself.
Such an aggressive player.
And he knows when it's going to go wrong. And something mistimed. Bishop G4, King H8.
That doesn't feel right.
If we would just go back like just 4 moves, right at this position after the move B3. B3, by the way, is kind of saying, well, I really don't know what I'm supposed to do with white. You help me. You tell me what I'm supposed to do. And again, just King H8. This is the position where the computers were all agitating for G5, G4, and let's blow a pawn storm on the king side. And this is where, right here, just one bad move, one badly mistimed move, and it's all she wrote. This is what happens when you play against these guys. You can't afford to make not just a subpar move, but just a bad one.
Mistake. And while Christian definitely has the advantage so far, he still has to convert it. We saw that he had trouble doing so against Giri.
Everybody's having trouble converting.
Though he did have a different situation there. Maybe he had a little bit less time. If you're just joining us, let's take a quick look at the results so far of today. Round 6 in the London Chess Classic. We have 4 games still ongoing. 1 draw as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, one of the leaders, was held to a draw by Fabiano Caruana. The American said that he had analyzed this variation some time ago. Sometimes that happens where you actually don't expect your opponent to go into the main lines because, let's face it, this is the main line of the Berlin. Right. He expected Maxime to sidestep it, hadn't really prepared anything, decided to play some kind of old analysis on the board, and it worked like a charm. He actually had a chance to perhaps even be better at some point, decided to play solid, and the game ended in a draw. After Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, well, he kept trying, but he did not succeed.
There was nothing in it.
There was definitely nothing in it.
Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, Yasser, well, actually, Alejandro, you talked about you make a move and then you say, oh, I want to take that move back. Adams might feel that way after the last move. If you take a look at this position, he played the move rook to a4. The engines decry this move, say, what is that about? And it's as though he's setting himself up for the sucker punch because rook b to c2, and now he continued with another bad move, rook 8 to e6. It looks like a good idea until you see the move knight to d4, and suddenly this pawn is under attack, and here it comes, making it even worse. You go and you say, oh, I'll just defend the pawn, except, oops, knight back to b3, and both rooks went to the wrong square, and now here comes knight to c5, and an exchange is going to go. The pieces are poorly placed here. Knight d4, the engine's already saying your only move is rook to c4 and ditch a pawn right now. The only way to play, there is a sharp line here, however, to calculate, maybe this is what he's counting on after rook takes on c4, the move c5 out of nowhere, and if rook takes on c5, the move rook to a4, and after knight to b3, trading queens, and then picking off this pawn on f4 and saying maybe, just maybe, I'm out of the woods and can draw this particular ending. So a sharp way to play, and maybe this is a trap, if you will, that Michael Adams is hoping his opponent goes into, but it's a pawn down to be sure. He does have some real chances to equalize here, but clearly he's kind of mixed things up just a bit, and Topalov is looking to see whether or not it's just that obvious. Should I go for this ending, winning the pawns on the queen side for my f-pawn? I don't know, guys.
Well, yeah,
sort of risky.
Yeah. If every time I fell for a trap, I emerged up a pawn, I would be very high rated.
Yes. Absolutely. But it is ironic. Well, it looks kind of fun that, you know, like when you're working with some of the children here in St. Louis, and I put up, I give them, you know, some pieces, and I say, put your major pieces on a squares where they could get forked by knights. And they like it when they know what a family fork is and what a royal fork is, right? So I give them these pieces, and my students are so good, they would put a knight on c5 in an instant after seeing this position. I don't know what happened to Mickey. Maybe
miscalculates.
Yeah, well, he sees this knight on e2. It's a long, long way from c5, but suddenly, when you do see this, this is such a natural move. You attack, I defend. You attack, I defend.
Also
you attack,
and then
I don't have a defense. Oops. So that is a major howler that's on our doorstep.
Ouch.
Ouch. By the way, Anish, certainly it's the only follow-up when he traded rooks was the intention for a5. We got to this point, and I wasn't doing a very good job, I must say, in terms of explaining what Anish's strategy might be. You said bishop c3, you're willing to give me a pawn. Do you think he intends bishop d2? No.
Well, bishop d2 doesn't even come as a great move. I can even decline with queen d4 and force you to trade under better terms.
Yeah, no. Anish must have something very specific in mind that he had spied at this moment. Maybe, again, I'm just sorry, I'm groping a little bit here. I put my bishop on a good diagonal. So far, so good.
Right.
Where does my follow-up lie?
Bishop I like to play bishop b2, but I simply retreat.
You come back with bishop c3, don't you?
That's so easy.
Oh, you were going to retreat?
No, I mean, I wanted to play bishop c3, but I'm not sure I can.
Oh, I'm sorry, why not?
Bishop takes f7, regains the pawn. I'm not so sure if it's anything special.
Ah.
But okay, now it becomes a little double-edged.
But at least there's an imbalance that could justify White's play.
You could end up a pawn as black, for example, if you take with the king.
And then after check?
Check, you go queen e6 because you're attacking as well. But after taking on c3, queen e4 check, king h2. You're up a pawn, it's true, but...
The king is... well, the king could actually take a walk now. I mean, this... Oh, sorry. King h2. The king could actually take a walk up the board. There's not... again, White's missing a rook, right?
Yeah. Missing material. There's nothing in this
There's
position.
not enough firewood to keep the flames going.
Yeah, I don't see
Maurice, sharp lines, but we can't make it work for Anish because...
Well, you might be trying too hard according to the engines, but this is some hyperspace chess going on right now because the engine right now is saying, pawn? Who cares? Just keep playing positional chess. Bishop to a2, ignoring the pawn that's hanging on a5, and then just simply improving the position of the bishop. Bishop on d5, a monster piece. But what is going on here? Bishop to c3 is suggested, and now the engine's saying h4. You just stole a pawn, but the engine doesn't care from a positional standpoint, saying this position is better for white. Up a pawn is black, but looking for moves. And so I played this natural move. It's like, what happens next? And instead of attacking the queen, the engine's played bishop h6. Still playing in positional style, controlling the board with the bishops. Doesn't look that obvious that this is good. So I just threw in a pawn move with a4 just to see what happens. And now they just say, okay, you were ignoring me. Now it's time to get spanked. Queen to b5, threatening the mate on the back row. You will have to back up, and now suddenly queen to c4 shows up on the board. f7's hanging, the bishop on c3's hanging. So that was not exactly a responsible move, the move that's going back, the move a4. But even here, after queen to e7, already the b5 square is a challenge. And if you were to back up, then simply play bishop back to g5. In this position, we will win the a pawn, so bishop f6, for example, just to stop this rampage. And now queen takes pawn on a5. Black is slightly worse, but not by much, to be sure. It's hard to imagine losing this position. You have to push your pawns on this side and expose your king in order to get anything at all out of this position, as black's position is so solid in the blockade. So I don't believe this position at all, despite what the engines are saying. Looks like Magnus should be perfectly fine if he goes into this sort of line, and especially if he trades off dark square bishops. There's just going to be no issue at all with weaknesses in his position.
Yeah, he has to be a little careful, I think, still in the position. If he overextends, it's possible that Anish Giri does get some kind of an initiative. But as a black player in this position, I would be so comfortable once I take on a5 that all I have to do is start trading pieces. I mean, I know that if once I take on a5, it doesn't matter if I lose both the a6 and d6 pawns. There's a high chance of being able to hold.
Make a draw with 4 versus 3.
4 versus 3. 4 versus 3 queen endgames are pretty easily drawn. 4 versus 3 bishop against knight will be easily drawn. 4 versus 3 bishop versus bishop will be easily drawn. I mean,
yes. But quite a sublime idea, I must say, just giving away your a pawn.
Right. Maurice has an update for us, actually.
Big update. Remember, we talked about this move with rook to c4 and the trappy line of getting the pawns on the other side in the game between Vasyl Topalov and Michael Adams. Michael Adams didn't see it at all. He played knight to e7 and allowed the simple Yaz start calling to your beginners. Knight to b3. Knight c5 is unstoppable, and he's just going to win a full exchange for no reason at all in the position. How can Michael Adams have allowed this? It's just a collapse with knight e7. He's going to lose an exchange. He's now playing the move queen to f5. Engines don't care. They're going to play the move knight to c5, and you can't touch the pawn. You're not getting that pawn on this side because the rook is overworked. It has to guard this square. So knight back, knight takes, rook takes, and he's down in exchange. And after g3, that's it. Just a full exchange. Does he have enough compensation in this position? Did he judge this as better than the other line? I can't think that this is better than the other line we looked at, where he could have shedded a pawn for the liquidation of the queenside pawns and that f5, f4 pawn going down. This one is just an exchange. He might get some play, but I know Topalov is thinking, I should win this game somehow. Up an exchange. Still difficult, some work to be done here. We'll see with the position and the way Topalov has been playing so badly. Will he still be able to win it?
A lot of technical difficulties, but I think that this should be a winning position, as I expect the Anish Giri game to finish in a draw in the next couple of minutes, perhaps seconds.
Wow, but definitely an egregious error by Mickey Adams.
Absolutely.
Sure. I mean, there's some issues. There'll be like some G5 type of things, but I don't believe it for a single second.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
Mickey will come on and say, I just missed it.
Right.
I just missed it. Now, you know, he's going to be forced to do his best to try to make it as problematic for Veselin as he can. But, you know, this is an entire exchange. Yeah. I mean, it's a hello. I don't
want to play g3, and that's the
I
only,
don't want to play g3.
It's the only saving grace that Black has in this position now. The second rank is weak. The king will be permanently weak.
Right.
But still, an exchange is an exchange.
Exactly. Exactly so. But an egregious error by a fellow Mickey, who has actually played more than decently. He's actually played wonderfully up to this moment where something just went wrong. He just totally missed knight b3.
Yeah, it has to be. That is the only explanation I have. As we said, Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen, I mean, they should draw this.
This is a handshake, no question about that.
Yes. I mean, opposite color bishops, nothing to be done.
And let's go to that game. We haven't seen it for quite a while. It is between Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura. We left it. We expected the move king g2 some time ago.
Knight c5 was the engine recommendation as well, saying that after knight b4, rook d1.
Which has occurred.
The knight on b4 doesn't have any good squares.
So check was played so that the square c6 could be occupied by the knight. Knight takes a4, and we're up to date with the position. Still looking quite even to me. Maybe I'm missing something.
Because I'd rather be black.
Why? b3, knight comes back. Can I take this guy?
No, you can just take.
Draw?
Draw. Yeah. I mean, I can play knight d3, but...
I understand. Tablas? So, I think...
b3 was played.
b3 was played.
Yeah, unfortunately for Aronian, he can't go back to c5, which would be an awesome idea.
Because then you've got ideas like rook d2, knight d3, knight e4, and it's all good. But knight takes a5. Now rook d2, I got a knight c4 tempo. And that's it.
Should be nothing here. b3 was played?
Yes.
So we also expect that game to...
And a very intriguing and well-fought draw. Now the game that where things just went south in a hurry. Vichy Anand's misplayed his attack. It's completely backfired. After the move, rook e1, h7, h6, making luft on the back rank. b4, cementing the knight on d4.
It makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. White is just simply preparing rook e3 and a harvesting of the pawn on f3. Vichy in deep trouble.
Knight a4.
Knight a4, aspiring for the move c5.
What if I play rook e3 in this position?
I don't see anything other than c5 takes, pardon me, rook takes c5. You can just harvest a pawn. And
it looks like a pawn to me.
Me three. I just think that this is Vichy is now in survival mode, right?
He at least gets rid of his weakness on c6 in this variation, so that's something to look forward to.
So that he could at least be able to swing the rook across, and in such positions you want to be able to pose practical problems. I mean, you're suffering.
Right.
Now, but just to make it as difficult as possible.
Let me be a little bit more ambitious.
Yes.
Instead of taking on c5,
yes,
can I take on f3 with the knight and kind of ask you what your next move is?
Yes. Simply because you're asking me, there's a back rank issue, right? So if I take your pawn, then I'm walking into a rook rook takes e8 check at the end of this, correct?
It looks like, yes.
And that spears a bishop. So, and funnily enough, in a similar manner, if d4, you can also play knight takes d4 with a very similar tactic. Okay, so how can I take advantage of this one? I do not know. I think knight takes f3, in fact, is the critical move for white to keep the maximum advantage.
The knight on a4 is still kind of on the side.
Really
c5,
awful.
Yeah.
And at least in this case too, this knight can redirect, and with Tempe.
Right.
No, this is a very good extra pawn. One of the games that really shocked me in this event was the fact that Caruana had a good extra pawn against Nakamura and compensation. He never did anything with it. And he never did anything with it.
Yes.
This is not one of those positions. White is just simply extra pawn and compensation.
Yeah, nice little position. The d5 pawn is weak, c6 is weak.
So
rook e3 was played, by the way.
Pardon me?
Rook e3 was played.
Yes.
So now the question is on Anand's...
Well, Anand has to play c5. The only purpose of this move, knight a4,
is to play c5. What else?
Was to support this. So again, I think after c5, knight takes f3. Vichy is facing a severe question. What are you going to do now?
I really particularly didn't like the idea of h6 tactically, because in so many variations I actually want to retreat my rook to f8, and I can't.
So you think he should have played king g8?
Probably. I mean, of course, hindsight 2020, I mean, it's easy doing it from the analysis desk, but looking back on it, there's so many variations where I really want to play rook f8 in order to avoid the pin on the last rank.
Mm-hmm. And if we had continued in the same manner, b4?
Knight a4.
Knight a4, yes.
Now I can play rook e3, c5.
Right. And here, what you want to say is the great big difference is that you'll be able to play rook f8.
So knight takes f3. I mean, at the very least, I can take on b4.
Right.
Maybe even d4 is more ambitious, but for argument's sake.
Exactly. And so the big difference, as we've been mentioning, is that you get the interposition of rook e8 with rook f8. Fair enough, but in this position, a little bit of a drawback is maybe I can take with the bishop? Or, no, this doesn't work tactically, does it?
No, it
doesn't. No.
Because your bishop on f3 is hanging at the very end.
Exactly. Here was the variation I was looking to try to achieve. I was hoping that after rook e8 check, you would have to interpose with rook f8, so I could play bishop takes d5. Brilliant me. Oops. I've left the king, I've left the bishop hanging. So after c5, I probably would have to be forced to capture on c5.
And maybe there are some more resources in this position.
That didn't exist, but no, yeah.
Because at least, okay, I get the knight back, and we go back to that position, which was still up a pawn, but perhaps less clear than keeping the tension with c5 and b4, especially because there's a pin that exists.
And again, your job when you're in a bad position is to try to make it as difficult or at least as awkward as your opponent for your opponent as possibly can be. And I do feel I agree with you that King G8 was superior choice.
Right.
H6. It just looks like to me that Black is really in big trouble.
Yeah, a little deeper trouble than he was.
Yeah, than a moment ago. Okay, pardon me, I was just flashing on the Nakamura game for a moment. We left it around these parts after b3, knight b2.
Yeah.
Looks like a strange square for a knight. Knight e5, by the way, dominating the knight at the moment.
Well, the knight didn't like that. He went back.
Knight d3, and...
that's the position on the board.
Hikaru to play.
Yes, and it looks like a draw. I mean, the easiest draw is probably to simply take on
d3.
d3.
And after rook takes d3, you want to play b4?
Yes.
Yes.
Just simplify into this endgame.
Agreed. Rook and pawn endgame looks to be a simple draw, in fact.
Right. I mean, of course, Black is maybe academically better, but it should be an easy draw.
Draw for sure. Again, Vichy's having a turbulent tournament suddenly.
Right.
You know, he had just kind of, everybody was cruising into the snooze fest of draws. Suddenly he lost. He was forcefully woken up.
He beat
Topalov, and now suddenly he could be up and down. What a roller coaster ride he's been experiencing in this last 3 rounds, because Rook E3 definitely in trouble. And Maurice for more insights into round 6.
You talked about a turbulent game by turbulent tournament by Anand. One person who doesn't even want to hear it is Vasily Topalov, who has had rocky seas for himself throughout the tournament, and now Michael Adams is trying to make life even rockier if possible. Despite being down in exchange, Adams decided, you know what, and maybe because he's down in exchange, he decided to play the move G5 and get something going on that side of the board and challenge Topalov to come up with moves. Michael Adams had only 11 minutes on the clock left to play his next 4 moves. The natural line is just to take on G5 and then guard this pawn with something. Is it Queen C3, or actually 2 pawns hanging, the one on E5 and the one on F3? The move Queen to E3 is playable. Queen E3 is possible in this position, allowing the potential for D4, and that sort of makes the position a bit funny because Queen E2 is no longer playable here because of the fork on D3, so he has to be careful about that. Queen E4 is another option. Not clear that White wants to see this position necessarily, as D3 creates some issue as well with the pawns that are weak. So G5 is a dynamic move. Speaking of dynamic moves, Magnus Carlsen got bored, I guess, of this position and said, we're just going to make a draw by force. After H5 by Geary, he said, give me this pawn. And after F4, he played Queen to G6. And after King H3, he said, it's a draw. I'm telling you it's a draw. After F5, now looking for more trades in the position. I don't think a lot of people would take the position he had a second ago with his pawn on H5 and his pawn formation perfectly solid, and just in a couple of moves say, you know, I'm going to tell you it's a draw with this pawn formation. Kind of a funny way to play, but the engines are saying, yeah, 000s, this is nothing here. And it looks like Magnus knows it and is taking notes to himself. No, I'm kidding. Kidding. No, it's clear that this position has very little promise in it. And in fact, a trade did occur on the F5 square, Queen F5. Now the king about to drop back from that square. King H2 looks good, and despite the exposed king, it doesn't look as Black is in any real danger of losing the game.
Wow. Thank you, Maurice. I was just thinking in terms of, you know, you've got to put as many practical problems to your opponent when you're in a losing position. And Vichy just made a move, to my mind, Rook c8 to f8 that actually kind of compounds his problems. I mean, it's not like, okay, black has basically put on all of his resources in the defense of the pawn on f3. Good for him, because that pawn really does put the kibosh on the bishop, but big deal.
Yeah.
You've tied up 2 rooks and a bishop to make my one minor piece, the bishop on h1, passive. Everything else in black's position is poor, including the knight on a4. I must say that rook f8 just looks like a very depressing move to me.
That's a difficult move to play.
Right.
Well, I can even just take on c6, right?
Well, exactly. First of all, I was thinking I can just take on c6, but I'm just actually wondering what black is doing for a next move.
I guess also white doesn't have such great moves himself.
Yeah, on the one hand, h2, h4 is useful. On the other hand, you always want to have h3 as a move,
as a possibility.
As a backup possibility to break up the team on f3. But let's just go for the direct stuff for a second, so we can see why Vichy thought that. Okay, my mouse. There we go. Oops, I can do it. Yes, we can. Rook takes c6.
Threatening to just trade rooks and win the game.
Precisely. Threatening to trade off the defender of the f3 pawn and win this, so that will make me 2 pawns ahead. Vichy has to play rook takes, right? Am I missing something?
So.
Knight takes. Give me this guy.
I guess rook c8 is the only idea I can.
Rook c8 is the only idea. Okay. That may be a very good idea because there is an issue on the back rank. Okay, so let me defend my knight for the moment. a6, what else? Am I missing anything? Let's...
I mean, you could play knight c3, but...
Knight c3, but a4 if nothing else for the moment.
I mean, I could take it, I guess.
And there's a check here. You might be disturbing me. I don't know about my poor choice of a2, a4. Let me just take... Sorry, it takes me a while somehow to grab those guys. So let me just take this pawn at long last.
All right, I'll take on
f3, I suppose.
Yeah, you don't have an intermediate, so
don't want one.
Knight takes b5.
a2 is the other choice, of course, but knight takes b5. Knight settles down. It's a pawn, it's a good pawn.
It's a good pawn. It's a very simplified position, very dangerous for black.
Exactly. So. So for sure, Alexander Grishuk could grab this pawn on c6. Maybe there's also something compelling for white to keep the rooks on the board for a moment.
Really? Pin yourself?
Yes. Let me just see how this would go. Rook here, pawn here. In this case, less choices than before. There's no knight c3, so maybe a6 is obliged.
Yes.
a6 is obliged. Now
actually,
sorry.
Why is knight c3 not possible?
Because I thought it was I thought I would take it.
Actually, knight c3 is a very strong move.
Well, knight c3 is a very cool-looking move too. Never mind if it was really strong.
It doesn't matter the strength of the move. I mean, it just looks awesome.
Visually, it's really sweet. Okay, just a second. Oh gosh, I'm going to ask for a higher cursor thing. So knight c3. Rook takes c3, d4. Ooh, sweet, huh?
Sweet tactics.
Sweet tactics. Well, I had been playing for that. Obviously, I had been playing for that.
Yeah.
Let's try that one. Pardon me. Let me. Gosh darn it. No, I definitely want to go.
And we actually have a result over in the Geary versus Carlsen game. As expected, the game did end in a draw. After the queens were traded the opposite colored bishop, endgame is pretty obviously just a dead draw.
Well, again, Anish doing very well. He's keeping a share of the lead.
Though I do feel like
Magnus Carlsen, world champion.
I do feel like Geary
held
had a
comfortably.
Little more than he should have. I didn't like the trade of rooks. I think that had he kept the rooks, he might have at least pressured a little bit. I'm not saying it would have changed the result at the end, but I think he would at least have had better chances to do so.
Agreed all around. Absolutely. All right.
All right, a fought draw in Geary versus Carlsen. We'll have
another draw in that game, and it looks like we're heading to yet a third draw between Hikaru and Levon.
That must be a draw. I mean, this endgame is pretty basic. We are actually taught as, chess players, we were self-taught, I guess, on this Levenfish book and the rook endgames, the Duratsky endgames. Without the pawn on e3, how to draw this position.
Right.
And then you add the pawn on e3 and you're like, okay.
Maybe it's an easy draw.
It should be an easy draw. Yes.
Exactly. And the only game that at this point appears to be heading towards a decisive result.
I'm not so sure about that.
Grishuk?
Well, Adams also.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
I apologize, Adams.
Not doing so well.
Not doing so well at all.
Right. No, here, of course, Grishuk has a severe advantage, but at the same time, 10 minutes on the clock. He needs to start hurrying up. He still has 13 moves to play.
Good point. And do we have an interview with Jen, or are we just getting all set?
I think we're getting set up. We'll be with them in just a second.
So let me try this one again. I had this idea, this thought was going through my head. Knight takes, we had rook to c8, and last time I did something like b5, allowing this cute little trick, d4. How about this one? h3. Can I get something severe, something meaningful, let me put it that way, sorry, after this one?
It's an interesting idea always to just soften up the f3 pawn.
Right.
I don't see anything wrong with it immediately. Grishuk decided not to play this. He played h3 immediately. We actually have a few quick moves.
After rook f8, he went for he went for the immediate h3.
Yeah, which I think if you calculate it out also wins a pawn.
So bishop takes h3 was
and he took with the rook.
Yes, on f3.
Okay. Now let's think. If he retreats to d7.
Bishop back to d7.
Well, this is most natural, right?
Well, most natural. I agree.
Okay, I think I have a cool idea here, but I don't think it works. Before that, we have Geary with Jennifer Shahade in London.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Anish Giri. So yesterday was a rest day. Did you spend the whole day preparing for the world champion?
Yes, I promise. All 36 hours went into preparation, 24 of them into this position, but nonetheless, he chose a decent way. I thought he played a little too passive when he took on d4. I didn't expect that. We got a typical structure, and I thought I should be slightly better, but then somehow my pieces got, I didn't really see how to gain nice coordination, and I thought it was heading towards a draw, but suddenly when I played g3, king g2, I liked my position quite a bit, and I thought I'm going to press, but then I didn't really see how to proceed because he was always bothering my bishop with bishop c3, and I shouldn't have changed rooks because that was way too little, but I wasn't sure exactly how to proceed.
So if you didn't change rooks, do you feel like your chances were viable?
Not yet, but the thing is, he already has made all the useful moves, and my moves are, they should be there, but I didn't see exactly. I mean, one way is to go somewhere f4, but that could be a little too drastic. Of course, I thought I'm going to press even without rooks, but that didn't really work out.
So if you want to bet and you could spend 1 hour with the laptop of any of the players in this tournament and look at their chess analysis, who would you pick?
It's a very, very good question. First comes to mind Fabiano, but then I thought a lot of our analyses are probably same, so maybe it's not very clever. It could be interesting to get into the head of someone who is entirely different. Maybe Grishuk, to see what kind of rubbish is in his laptop, because no, I mean rubbish, under the, of course, not.
You mean it as a compliment, rubbish in a good way.
Definitely. No, I mean because he's definitely another type of player when it comes to preparation. Let's say Fabiano, I can assume what is in there. Hikaru, I can also assume what's inside his laptop. In Magnus's case, there are probably a lot of TV series. But in Alexander Grishuk, I think there are a few interesting ideas there probably.
All right, thank you very much, Anish Giri, today drawing against the world champion and leading the Grand Chess Tour.
Anish Giri not only showing good moves, but showing fine wit.
Yes.
In Magnus Carlsen's laptop, there must be a lot of good TV series.
Well, we'll see what he has to say about that as we have him with Jennifer Shahade.
Cute.
Hey guys, I'm with world champion Magnus Carlsen. On the rest day, did you study much chess?
Well, I prepared for some different stuff, but not what he played. So, yeah, it was an old line. Well, I mean, for me it's an old line because I used to play this line as white, like almost 10 years ago. And I didn't really remember the details in the sharpest lines, so I tried to sort of play according to common sense. And I was a little bit worse, but my pieces are sort of well coordinated, and his bishop is very inactive at the moment, but gradually he managed to free his position a bit, and he was a little bit better. But I think his approach was a little bit too minimalistic to create any real chances.
Were there any mistakes that you could pinpoint?
I mean, I don't think there were any mistakes in this game. There were inaccuracies, I'm sure, but all in all, yeah, he should have managed to pose me some more problems, but it's always very likely to be a draw.
So, question of the day, if you won a bet and you could spend an hour with the chess analysis of one of the players' laptop, who would you pick?
I don't know. I probably wouldn't understand much whoever I picked.
So you would just pass?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. With world champion Magnus Carlsen, another draw for him here in the London Chess Classic. Back to you guys in the studio.
I think Magnus Carlsen underestimates the amount of movies that these guys might have on their laptop.
Exactly, exactly. All of those wonderful links to the pirated copies and things like that. Sorry, I must say that for me personally, it's a bit of a downer, and probably for the whole of Norway, but the reality is, I thought Magnus was going to come into the London Classic with the mindset that he really wants to go on a rampage, and he has to put his seal, if you will, on this event if he wants to be the winner of the chess tour. And instead, 6 pretty tame draws.
We have a result as Hikaru Nakamura drew against Levon Aronian. Well, Levon on 6 draws. Hikaru still on +1 after beating Vichy Anand. Well, nothing much happened in this game. I thought Aronian showed excellent preparation in neutralizing the Catalan. I gotta say, Aronian's an expert in those positions, both with white and with black. So he showed really nice class. And I agree with you. I think a lot of people expected Carlsen to come after a disastrous tournament in Iceland in the team championship.
Right.
To come back with some kind of fire. But unfortunately, he hasn't been able to really create problems to his opponents. The one game that he had a clear advantage against was against Anand. He was unable to create
I thought he
chances.
was winning, in fact, in that game. And
right.
When I recall, after Vesselin won the tournament in Norway Chess, he said that in his estimation, the Norwegian fans put too much hopes on Anand, on their man Magnus, and that there are real competitors in this chess world. It's not all Magnus all the time, and we're seeing it here. Magnus has to be frustrated that he hasn't gotten at least one win. And if he keeps this up, I think Hikaru in pole position is going to be very, very happy to draw his way to the championship.
Right. Why not? All draws means that Hikaru would win the Grand Chess Tour.
Exactly.
Maurice, what are your thoughts?
Don't forget that tomorrow the two of them play. So that's going to be a big game for the standing in this competition and for the Grand Chess Tour itself. Probably the biggest development of this round is the fact that Magnus Carlsen is now 28-29. That is off from his highest live rating ever of 28-89. He is 60 points, well, decimal points, only 0.2, 59.8 points away from his highest rating when he was about 11 points, less than 11 points away from breaking 2,900. Can you envision him getting anywhere near 2,900 in the near future now that his draws, after bad results recently, now his draws have brought him back to normalcy, can we say? 28-29 is, for him, just incredible. He had distanced himself completely from the field of players with his stratospheric rating, but now only a 28-29, and he's got to start winning some games, or else the gap will get even closer. Nakamura is number 2 in the world at 27.96.1. So tomorrow's game is a big game. Naka wins and Carlsen loses, they'll pull even closer in the rankings, but that's speaking way too soon because Carlsen so far has had Nakamura's number, I believe the number is 12-0, certainly double-digit wins and never having lost to Nakamura. So that's going to be a huge game tomorrow for the standings of the London Chess Classic. Let's take a look at tomorrow's pairings. Caruana will play Giri with the white pieces. Anand will go against Vachier-Lagrave. So that's big games for the youngsters trying to maintain their lead. Adams will play against Grishchuk, who's pressing right now against Anand. Aronian against Topalov, who wishes he wins today, although his last couple of moves look a bit dubious. We'll take a look at that in a moment. But there's that key matchup. World champion Magnus Carlsen with all to play for against one of his victims, let's put it bluntly, so far, Hikaru Nakamura, who will have to survive the Norwegian winter when he comes after him, does Carlsen. So we'll see how that turns out tomorrow, but still, there are games that need to be concluded today.
Wow, and do you know how hard it is for Magnus to go back to his peak? I mean, when you think about how many points that is, it's ridiculous.
It really is. It's almost like a galaxy far, far away, right? 2,900?
If he wins the London Classic, 9-0, he still doesn't reach his peak.
Right. Goes to show how far he's stumbled.
How difficult it is also to get back to the form that he was.
Exactly.
Well, we got a couple of games still going on that are very interesting.
But so far we've had 3 draws out of the 5 rounds. 3 draws.
3 draws, but the 2 last games seems to be very promising. We do have Hikaru Nakamura with Jennifer Shahade over in London.
Hey guys, I'm here with Hikaru Nakamura. So first question, if this was your birthday, would you have won the game?
No, I mean, I think pretty much from the start, Levon, surprised me in the opening, and I didn't respond, I guess, the best way perhaps, because it felt like somewhere in the middle of the game I was just kind of drifting and moving pieces essentially without a clear plan. And then eventually I was able to find this idea with Bishop B4. If I hadn't found this, I think I would have just kept drifting and probably lost the game. But fortunately, I found this Bishop B4, Bishop B1 idea, and after that, it was pretty close to even, I would say.
You and Levon were just arguing about the end game. What was your discussion about?
Well, I wouldn't say we were arguing, we were discussing. Arguing is a very strong word. Yeah, we were just discussing a different line than what I played in the game. I guess King F1 might have drawn on the spot, whereas King G2 left some play in the position. But I think most lines were drawn. It's just a matter of finding the right idea or making sure that the knights get exchanged, so it's a rook and pawn ending versus some sort of multi-piece endgame where probably the chances favor black.
So what did you do on the free day, your birthday?
Nothing special. I've been here 7 years in a row now, so I just had a quiet dinner with my mother and my fiance, and that's what life has become.
Especially when you're in the middle of a tough tournament like this, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So, if you want to bet and you could spend 1 hour with a laptop and their chess analysis of any player in the Grand Chess Tour, who would you pick?
You mean analysis of their games?
Or analysis of openings?
Studying with them, you mean, or something?
No. You just got to search their laptop.
Oh, I see the point. That's a tough question considering who I play tomorrow. But I'll say that probably Fabiano Caruana is whose laptop I would look at, because it seems as though his preparation, it might not be the most comprehensive, but it's probably the sharpest and best repertoire of the players who are here.
All right, thank you very much. So Hikaru Nakamura just celebrated his 28th birthday, and today a draw against Levon Aronian, and is in a 3-way tie for the Grand Chess Tour lead. The London Chess Classic lead. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, thank you, Jen, and I think it would definitely help in the next showdown in St. Louis if he chose Caruana's laptop.
Very nice. And again, our congratulations, happy number 28 to Hikaru Nakamura.
And Jennifer Shahade has Levon Aronian, also from London.
Hey guys, I'm with Levon Aronian. Tell us a little bit about the game today and the opening in particular.
Yeah, well, the opening was an opening I was playing a long time ago. I think I've analyzed this line late 90s, because I used to play this line with white, and I was always wondering why people don't bring out their rook. So I just decided to check myself today, and I think, I mean, for purpose of fighting, for purpose of having a complicated fight, rook a6 serves well.
How do you explain to beginners why rook a6 is a good move in this position and usually not?
The bishop has moved away, and white has a weakness on b2. So since at this certain moment white can't really attack the rook, it's comfortable on b6. But of course, it requires a lot of calculation. So such moves can't be done on general basis. You have to have a tactical explanation for it, you know?
Right. And so what were you and Nakamura in heated discussion about after the game?
It wasn't too heated. I just thought that he could have drawn much easier by playing king f1 instead of king g2, which I think was a more precise way. In the game, maybe it was slightly better. I mean, white actually survives by a miracle in the line with b4, a4, rook c6, rook d8, rook b6, rook a8, rook c6. And then, unfortunately, I can't bring the king because the b pawn rolls. So it's just a matter of one tempo, and white can be lost if black has the time.
One tempo, all the difference. So question for you, if you had an hour, because you want to bet, with any of the players' computers and all their chess analysis, who would you pick?
Kramnik, of course.
Oh, no, in the Grand Chess Tour.
Oh, in the Grand Chess Tour. That's a difficult question. There are many creative players. I guess I would go with Grishuk, because he likes to come up with surprising ideas in the opening.
Right. So another vote for Grishuk. Thank you very much, Levon, the 2015 Sinquefield Cup champion, and we'll be looking forward to more of your creative games on the tour.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, fascinating that we all voted for Anand, and none of them has so far voted for Anand. Shows what we know. Well, talk about a dramatic development in the Topalov game. Take a look at this. We saw this idea happen after knight d4, knight to e7, and we opined quite amusingly, why did he let this happen, this family fork with knight to c5 and win an exchange? Well, after queen f5, knight c5, rook a8, thank you very much, g3, Adams fought back mightily with g5, fg5, hg5, and now the Indians say play queen e3 or queen c3. Look at what happened in the game. Rook to e1 instead, knight g6, then e6, fe6, and rook takes c6, seemingly opening up the game for the rooks, except knight e5, and oops, the rook is hanging on c6, so is the pawn on f3, and already the engine is saying this one is equal, triple zeros, incredibly so, given that the move rook to c3 does guard this pawn on f3, and you want to be careful about capturing it because the g5 pawn is hanging. Even here, the engine saying, go ahead, take it. But it's also thinking you can also play this first, d4 on the first move, rook to b3, and now capture this pawn with check, forcing this trade. And now the endgame after rook takes e6, king to f7, and it looks like white is not going anywhere in this position, despite the fact that black's king is somewhat exposed. So is white's. White has to be careful about a move like rook a1 with mating ideas on the back rank. It looks like the game should end in a draw. Rook c8 check has been played after knight to e5. Rook to c8 check is on the board, but the engines don't feel this is anything after king to f7. Black has no worries at all, nothing to worry about. It just is all zeros. This is absolutely incredible. Topalov playing horrible chess completely. He was up a full exchange, and just in a matter of a couple of moves, he's thrown away his entire advantage on the exact same trick that he used against Michael Adams, a family fork. I don't even understand what I'm seeing, quite frankly, that this is actually transpiring in this game.
And the mystery of what's going on in London continues. This is really tragic.
What's going on to Topalov? I mean, how can you not at least put pressure? Okay, fine. Again, if he doesn't win, but like, he spent like 4 moves with an extra exchange. He didn't even like nurse it or protect it.
Well,
he like 4 moves he was up in exchange. What?
Again, I mean, if we just go back to this exact moment after takes. I mean, in view of these pawns hanging on e5 and f3, I think most grandmasters would have very quickly played a move like queen e2 here, just protecting both pawns. Veselin instead went for a very forcing line. I think, if I may hazard a guess, and it would be a hazard at that, there was just some moment that he was planning on giving his exchange back. Sorry, let me just put the move. I think he calculated something of this nature, where I take on e5 and I've got, let's say, a double threat. I think he may have foreseen a position like this and decided, oh, I've got a simple win, let me go for it. I suspect there are several defenses here for black, including, I don't know, just rook a7. I'm not exactly sure if that holds the position or not.
I don't think rook a7 holds.
Well, then this is what Veselin had in mind. He's a very he enjoys calculating deeply into positions, and I'm sure he had prepared rook takes e5.
Okay, let's see.
Do you have another explanation?
No.
No, thank you. Okay.
Let's take a look real quick at
Queen c2.
Okay. This seems to be pretty important. Okay,
Indeed.
now I'm not so sure what your threat is besides queen h7 and rook f8. Queen h7 and rook f8, obviously, very
Queen
strange.
takes a4. You're saying there's a perpetual at check in the position.
Right. So as long as I can guard from that, I should be okay. So maybe rook h4 in this position.
Whoa.
Oh, rook h4, queen c7. Never mind. That loses a rook.
Let's just show that to our audience. Rook h4, absolute pin. Well, let's
Queen
absolutely
C7.
trade the queens,
And
and now the rook
rook's
is simply
hanging.
hanging. Okay,
Okay, so I
rook
cannot
h4.
do that. Rook c4 seems to drop a pawn. I'm not really sure. Oh, just queen h7 anyways. No, queen h7 is probably okay.
Queen
g7.
Queen h5. You got to move your king, perhaps.
Yes, but I think you run out of checks.
Yeah.
So instead of that, you have to take my rook.
Oops. Yes.
You have to take the extra pawn to try to get an advantage. I'm not so sure. Do I have some kind of perpetual in this position?
Beyond that, queen and 3 versus queen on 2, all on the same side. Not, I mean, practically speaking, I would think that black's a big favorite to draw.
Big point also, gentlemen. After queen to c2, there is no threat to take the rook at all because of the perpetual. So king g7 could be played and giving no advantage at all to white. White doesn't have any way of extricating his own king from its troubles. For example, let's say white decides to somehow try to attack with this move. What does he do next? There's just no move to play. There's nothing to do. No, you can't leave. You can't push any pawns. There's just nothing to do. In the meantime, black is threatening to move his rook to b4 with the idea of rook to b2 in the position. So there's just nothing to do. There's no real danger here for black. He just has to play this move, king f7. King h7 is worse for sure. King g7 is losing according to the engine. King f7 is the key move. So critical moment for Michael Adams. The draw is within his grasp. And that would make 4 draws in this round when we must have spoken too soon. This was shaping up to be a great round, but the games have all fizzled into nondescript draws, and in this particular case, just a terrible sequence for Topalov. We see here Grishuk still trying to win against Anand. Even that game, the engine saying that Grischuk misplayed badly, and Anand has a chance to come back and draw that miserable-looking position. Nakamura has already drawn. As we see the other results there, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Caruana, draw. Girin Carlsen, a draw. And this one between Topalov and Adams looking very much like it's going to be a draw as well. This would just be a terrible round once more. I hate to say it, guys, but if we have 4 draws again, and somehow, let's hope, beyond hope, Grischuk wins his game. Actually, it's not beyond hope that he could do it. That would be 5 wins in 30 games? What kind of winning percentage is that? That's just one of the worst we've seen in the history of elite play. 5 wins in 30 games. That's 16% from my calculation, 16.6. I'll give it to you. Completely ridiculous.
Wow. Yeah, very shocking. Well, first of all, I'm not angry about many draws. I actually thought the games had a lot more content today.
Yeah.
But what's really shocking is when a great player like Mickey Adams just simply blunders a rook, blunders an exchange, just blunders an exchange, and then turns around and easily draws the game.
Easily draws the game.
Then that really warps me out. Going again to this game of Alexander Grischuk and Vishy Anand, we've seen a lot of games where players have had what I would just call winning advantages. In my view, I don't really care what the computer says. I think that amongst the elite grandmasters win White's position.
Yes.
And maybe White should win it by doing a little king march, maybe to d2.
Well, we never found anything wrong with taking on c6 immediately.
Or taking on c6. After the move h3, somehow, craftily enough, Vishy has just gotten to a position where, it's a struggle. He's still suffering.
Well, he's down a pawn. Now,
he's not down a pawn at this point.
Well, sorry, I'm looking at the live game. Yeah.
Yeah, now he's down a pawn.
Well, this is losing.
That's a very good question. Why did he jump into c4?
That was the engine's first move, by the way, to play knight c4, and that minimized the disadvantage by getting rid of the bad knight for the white knight on e5. And the engine is saying he's close to down a pawn, not a full pawn down, but we can count. It looks like a pawn. Looks like 1 point.
It's really bad though.
And
bishop f7, rook c5.
The mistake, I think, bishop to f7 was not a happy move for black. He should have just played king f6. But it looks like a pawn down. But what does that mean this tournament? We've seen a pawn down in games before, and we've seen exchange up and drawing now. Michael Adams did find king f7 in the game against Topalov. We've seen Fabiano Caruana go up a clean pawn in less than 20 moves, and he didn't win the game. So and Grischuk himself dominating Giri, just completely crushing him, and did not win his game. So I wouldn't bet any money at all right now that Grischuk is going to win this game against Anand, but clearly he is in trouble, is the great Indian champion. After losing, then winning, he thought he might have been on the upswing. He played super aggressively today, but it looks pretty bad for him in this game.
Well, it definitely looks really bad, right?
Right. Like really bad.
I mean it's
pawn
just
and
pawn, yeah.
Yeah, I mean the only good thing you can say is at least White's king is inactive.
Right.
Besides that, I mean White has all the trumps he should.
Right.
All the trumps he needs just to win the position. He should just win the position.
And the Sinquefield Cup 2015 was actually the first time that Grischuk beat Anand in a classical tournament.
Very good.
This might be try number 2. He took on d4, which looks extremely suspicious to me.
Just off the top of your head, I have it in my mind that the Sinquefield Cup 2014, 2015, 50% decisive games, 50% draws. Am I too high on that figure? Because Maurice was mentioning a 15%, 16% figure.
Well, it's definitely higher than that, but let me...
By far, but I
take a look.
I was just curious as to how much further was it. By the way, Vishy Anand has played rook takes d4, trading off this pawn on d4 for this gorgeous pawn over here on g5, followed by rook coming across to a5. In a word, what is that? Doesn't that just accelerate defeat? We were talking about trying to make your opponent work hard for the point. I don't know about you, but would you have reached for that d4 pawn?
No, man,
I would
that
have
d4 pawn is such a weakness.
I would have played king f6,
In an
you
instant.
know, and well, prayed for forgiveness
or maybe
whatever,
even g4, but
or even g4. But
Right.
I don't like this exchange at all.
Mm-hmm.
Frankly speaking, I think that that makes Grishuk's life a lot easier. Sorry, let me just go back to that Topolov game, because for sure when Veselin played the move rook c8 checking, this whole sequence of moves with e6, I'm sure he had rook e5 and queen c2 in mind. He must be horrified. He's coming to this horrific conclusion that he just blew it.
oh yeah, definitely.
Big time, though. I mean, this was the #2 player in the world, our tour leader, given an exchange and doing nothing with it. How could you explain? Can we explain what has happened to Veselin in this event?
No.
No.
I mean, no.
We won't even try.
If we could, I think they'd hired us pretty quickly.
Exactly.
Because this is something that I have never seen. I think it's a good time to take a break.
All
as
right.
We have reached time control in both of the remaining games.
Okay.
We will be back shortly as we see if Grishuk finally is able to win a game.
Very good.
We have these 2 games remaining as we welcome you back to the 6th round of the London Chess Classic 2015. Obviously, Black is thinking in both boards, but one of them is definitely happier than the other, as Michael Adams has been able to rescue what seemed to us a nearly lost position. Vachier Anand still in a lot of trouble against Alexander Grischuk, who made time control.
Yay. No, and a remarkable fighting back by Mickey Adams. Our tour leader, Veselin Topalov, number 2 in the world, coming into this event, has definitely shown poor form. And he's allowed Mickey this very powerful forking possibility. I think Maurice was going to take us through it as we were coming back from our break as to why the move Rook F1 creates Nietzsche.
Well, the position is just stable. There's nothing for White to do because of this threat on F3. If he trades off the rook for knight, he's got nothing as well. He played Rook F1. This is what looks like maybe a small trick that Michael Adams will have to study, the possibility of some queen move. There are 2 of them that draw, Queen C2 and Queen B2. He's going to have to study both of them very, very carefully to make sure that he's okay. We could start with the one Queen to B2. Queen B2 has the idea of bringing the queen down to B7 and some kind of funky demonstration. But frankly, after D4, the queen guards the B7 square and blocks this long diagonal, so there's nothing there for Black to worry about. And by the way, he's up a pawn at the moment. The other move is queen to C2, and this one seems to hit this rook and this square on H7. I said seems to because he could just ignore the rook. Does Black, the only move, by the way, we should point out, the only move on the board is king to G7 according to the engines. And once he finds this, then there's nothing else to calculate. Queen takes A4 is an obvious perpetual check down here, which Black will play instantly. And the other idea after king to G7 is possibly some kind of pawn idea to get out of it. No, let's not count that as an idea. He'll never get out of perpet this way. Rook to C7, however, is a move. And another moment, so White can ask Black to walk the tightrope and prove his super grandmaster status by playing what would be the only move in this position, that is king to F6. King to F6, the only saving move. Maybe this is Topalov's chance. He's just looking at these lines, and maybe he's seeing wins where there are no wins. Because remember, in this position here, the Black king, has a number of moves. Well, okay, H7 and H6. H8 and H6 allow Queen H7 mate, so that's not one of them. King F8 is also not a good move because of suddenly Queen B2 threatening mate and mate on 2 squares. So both those ideas are deadly, and he did, in fact, capture, and we have the moment now when Queen C2 would be a very tricky move to meet. He has to find all the right moves after Queen to C2 and then Rook to C7. King to F6 will be the money move. King F6, saving everything, and now no move will win at all. If you play, for example, Rook C8 to repeat, well, he could repeat. He could also just play Rook back to A7, and everything is protected. He's just fine. But it's still up to Black to find these key moves. So far, he's done an admirable job. Let's see if he can keep it up and secure a draw. The lowest rated player in the competition, the wild card, Britain's favorite, Michael Adams, proving impregnable so far in the competition.
He's a hard man to beat, no question about that. He's undefeated in the competition, but he sure blundered an exchange today.
Yes.
And it's remarkable that he was able to fight his way back to a position like this, again against our tour leader, as well as the #2 player in the world. You surely didn't expect Topalov to release his grip on this game. Going to the game of Vachier Anand and Alexander Grischuk, after Vachier captured this pawn on D4, Rook takes G5 check, King F6. We're up to date with the players. I thought Rook A5. There's even something to be said for Rook C5. In the case of Bishop to D5, you definitely want to play Bishop G2, and just to protect yourself against any checkmating ideas that Black may have. I think Rook A5 puts the most pressure on Black's position. Pardon me.
Rook A5, maybe Rook D1 check?
rook a5, rook d1 check.
I'm a little worried about my f2 pawn.
And with good reason. After king h2, in order to meet bishop to d5 with bishop g2, you would not play bishop d5, rather you would play rook to d2, attacking the pawn. That's why I thought maybe he has to play rook c5. He has to induce bishop d5.
So in bishop d5 you have bishop g2.
Right.
And of course the same idea doesn't work as you're taking on c6 with check. Right. You can also play bishop f1 against rook d1.
I didn't want to get into that absolute pin.
Yeah.
Sorry. Against rook d1 check, I definitely did want to play king h2.
Yes.
And you don't have time to go and capture my f2 pawn. I can simply drop my bishop back, and that's all she wrote. So it would be a straight rook ending with white having an extra pawn.
Yeah, it's an interesting position. I'm not so clear that it's over, but okay, maybe Maurice has a different viewpoint of the position.
It's not an easy position, but the Indians definitely like white here and think that white does have a way to maneuver in this position, sacrificing the f2 pawn most critically in order to win this game. The first move is rook f5 check, king g6, then rook to a5. And if rook to d1 with check, king h2, the natural rook to d2 is met by bishop to g2, giving away the f pawn, and then playing king g1. And after protecting this pawn here, now taking the pawn on a7. Still some work to be done, but it definitely looks like white is the one who is pressing with that passed a pawn as well. Grischuk has a golden opportunity right now that has been presented to him. Anand certainly has no winning chances in this game, but Grischuk has 50%. If he wins, he will join a trio of leaders who are leading the event at the moment in Nakamura, Giri, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And we see their lineup, these last three players. MVL gets to play Anand, who will have come off a difficult loss possibly today. Then the very tough Adams, but he's got the triple A's because he also has Aronian to play as well. That's definitely not an easy road to hoe there. That's a tough matchup. Nakamura, it's not going to be easy either. He's got to face off against a player who has his number, Magnus Carlsen, and he'll have to do it with the black pieces. Then Giri, who is 3 games away from being unbeaten in the entire tour. Incredible play by him, proving to be unbeatable. And Topalov, who has not played well at all. That might be the bright spot for Nakamura in his final 3 games. Anish Giri has Caruana, also, who seems to have no aspirations or not big aspirations so far, but he's at 50% in the tournament. And then the big matchup of the leaders, 2 co-leaders anyway, against Nakamura. He will have white, and he will try to hunt Nakamura down. And then there's Anand to contend with in the last round. No matter how he's doing, he's always a difficult opponent. Those 3 are hoping right now, please, Anand, defend. Don't lose to Grischuk. Although things look very bad, it could be a 4-way tie for first if the Russian can just figure it out and not get into time pressure. But we won't talk about that because you feel it's going to happen.
It's an intriguing moment, by the way, to talk about. After the move king f6 by Anand, as Maurice was pointing out, the computer engine is thumping for rook f5 check to pull the king back to g6, putting the king on a light square. It's strange because intuitively, I like the idea that this pawn is only defended once by the bishop.
Yeah.
And it's, I would not have intuited the move rook f5 check as white's best. Your take?
No, absolutely. I think that I would immediately start calculating the difference between rook c5 and rook a5.
Right.
But
these would be your 2 primary choices.
Right.
Yes.
I wouldn't ever guess it was a particular reason I wanted to drag the king to defend the pawn on h5. It seemed like it's already weak. Why give it an extra layer of defense? And I don't think that it's a very human move. I don't think Grischuk will play rook f5.
No. But again, the engine believes also not quite so intuitive from the human point of view to give up this pawn on f2 in an extraordinary way. I mean,
right, just bishop g2 and
yeah,
no problems.
Yeah,
right?
bishop g2, take my pawn, really? King g1, go back and then say, look, my a pawn, rook takes, and the engine likes white's winning chances here. I get it.
Still unclear position.
Oh, sorry, I can't play.
You can't play rook c2.
I apologize. I can't.
One of the little details.
Why the king had to? Why drag the king back to g6 square? Well, because you can't defend the pawn on c6.
So where's the rook go?
That's a very good question.
Rook d2, I assume.
Oh, pardon me. Rook d2, indeed. But now we'll just take this pawn on c6 and we'll be happy campers, right? I think so.
You're not afraid of any checks. I can see that.
Checks. I just crawl my way up the board.
That didn't change anything.
That didn't.
Except your king is better placed
on e3 than h2.
I wonder what the difference is. Rook f5 check was actually found by Grischuk.
Wow, kudos to him, because again,
right.
I think the intuitively you want to play rook c5 or rook a5, and you try to decipher which of those two moves are better.
Very subtle difference, yeah.
Then you discovered that the king is actually poorly placed on g6. And did Vichy play king g6?
Indeed.
Yes, he has. So we do have this position where we are again following the computer engine's line, which is rook a5, which is a move I would have likely have played right away, or rook c5 right away. And let me just, sorry, Maurice, please.
Well, Michael Adams has to walk a tightrope, and he's doing so admirably in his game against Vasilin Topalov. And I'm not sure if Vasilin saw this move when he went into this line after rook to f1, allowing knight takes, rook takes, queen to c2. There's only one move to play. Was king to g7. Let's try to confirm why. Let's say you decided your rook's hanging and there's a queen h7 move on tap. Let's play queen e4. That defends everything, right? No more queen h7, no more rook hanging, except now your king is by itself to its lonesome, and now it's going to die. It's going to be mate. King to g6 or f6, it doesn't matter. Rook check starts it. Your king tries to run, but unfortunately their pawn's blocking its path. So check, come back to the death chamber after queen check, king over, and rook to h8. The queen has to throw itself in the way, but that's going to be all she wrote. So in this position, queen to c2, there is the additional idea of queen to c7. That's important. Queen to c7. So king moves now, dealing not only with the queen check and the rook hanging. Obviously, you can't take the rook because of this move. But also now queen to c7 no longer has meaning because of queen to f7. How one gorgeous move, king g7 dealt with 3 threats at the same time. And now this position is just simply a draw. Although it doesn't look like it should be. Maybe there's an idea, for example, like queen to c3 check, but that doesn't do anything. Well, for one thing, d4 is in the position. King g6 was also playable. Now white can't organize the forces properly, and the rook is ready to go back to a7 as well and defend everything. Black is just in no danger anymore. Beautiful move, king g7. The Brit finding this great move, and now Topalov looking at the board and realizing that he really has no sequence that leads to a win. He will look for it for sure, but now it looks as though the draw has been secured.
Tenacious defense.
Nice defense
by
here
Adams.
from Michael.
Very geometrical, that king g7, dealing with a triple threat all at one time. Very nice.
Right.
Very impressive.
Well, of course, once rook c7 check is played, king f6, I think is pretty obvious because everything else loses.
Basically
on the spot
loses, yes,
very easily. Yeah.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah. No, nice defense here from Michael, and I expect this to end in a draw pretty quickly. I don't think that we'll see much of that. Rook c5 was played in the Grischuk game instead of the rook a5 that we had been considering. Well, also makes a lot of sense. You put pressure on the c6 square. We're trying to debate the merits of one move over the other. Didn't really come to a conclusion.
No, but again, the move rook c5, very human. You think to yourself that the f2 pawn is so nice to have this layer of protection around your king, until you start looking at that chess engine line a little bit deeper, and you realize, well, actually, you don't really need that f2 pawn to defend your king. Your king's not in any danger, but what you really want to do is start winning the queenside pawn so you get two connected passers.
Right.
In any case, I must say rook c5 is a very human move.
Very human.
And
you take on c6 with check, which is always more tempting to do so than to take a7.
And the threat of taking on c6 so strong, likely to compel the move bishop d5, and now bishop g2, and you think to yourself, you're getting into a very nice rook ending. A pawn to the good, and with all the chances on your side. You're not worried about this passed d-pawn.
Well, we'll see how worried he is. Maurice, do you think he has something to worry about this d-pawn?
No, I don't think so. But, you know, it's a really interesting point. We use engines to analyze these days and get clarification as we're doing our analysis at home or even commentary. A lot of players watching the games also use engines, of course, and they're looking at the engine, say this move, that move, and it's very easy. It's interesting how much easier it is to see moves and to understand them when the engines are pointing them out. You look at it and you go, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's what should be done now. And it might look like then once you've seen the move, that it's easy to find that move. It's not at all. I mean, that's the reality. If I take your engine away and say, okay, so now look at the position, players will just simply not find the moves. But once you see the moves, it somehow reduces the quality of that move or the difficulty level in actually finding those moves. Rook f5 check, for example, was counterintuitive to us. Why play rook f5 check? Then Grischuk plays it, and in line with what the engine say, you go, wow, this guy's a boss. He's seeing lines deeply. He's seeing them accurately. He's realizing what needs to be done. And they're appreciating the moves on a very deep level. So give credit to these players to be able to play on a high level all the time. Well, maybe not